Testing 1, 2. Good evening, everyone. The Suffolk Public Schools School Board work session will now be called to order. At this time, we're going to turn the floor over to Dr. Gordon, and we will have a presentation, SPS All-In Virginia Programming.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Akima Branch, our Chief of Schools, Dr. Sonette Bird III, and our Chief of Administrative Services, Dr. Rodney Brown, to review the SPS All-In Virginia Programming and Plan. This is based on the tutoring money that was received from the state, with 70% has to go towards learning loss, 20% in order to improve literacy, and 10% in order to improve chronic absenteeism. This is the new money that is different from the money that we actually requested from the city based on our $2 million shortfall. And you'll hear from Dr. Branch on the instructional piece. Dr. Bird will also talk a little bit about the literacy side, as well as a new dashboard that we're using, and then Dr. Brown will tackle the chronic absenteeism issue. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Chair Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. Our agenda for this work session is to go over the Suffolk Public Schools All-In Virginia programming. I'll begin by giving some background on the VDOE's All-In programming and the requirements. I'll then follow up with the SPS All-In approaches based on the 3 areas we are to target and focus in. And as Dr. Gordon said, Dr. Brown as well as Dr. Bird will support the presentation. And Dr. Bird will close us out with the new SPS Leadership Dashboard. We want to begin by highlighting some of our efforts over the last couple of years. Post-pandemic, there was, as many have called it, the COVID slide or learning loss, based on the time that students were either virtual, hybrid, or for some not attending school. We do want to, as you have heard and that you already know as a school board, but as a community, that we have right now a 95% school accreditation rate for the division. 18 of our 19 schools are accredited. We are still waiting the final on the other school, but 95% school accreditation is very good. And in the equivalency of any math class, that is still an A. Now, does that mean there's a perfect A. It wasn't an A plus with 100%, but that is still an A. And we are very proud and want to acknowledge the work of our staff and students, as well as our community, in getting to that point. And the best is still yet to come. We have seen growth in each of our primary core content areas. English as a division, the change from 2021 to 2022, 1 point. These numbers actually give you overall our reading and writing as a division. So it's not just broken out as elementary, middle, and high school. It is English and reading K through 12. And that from last year is a 1 point growth. But it does not indicate the amount of growth that many of our students had. If you scored previously on test in the early 300s, say 325, and you then scored at 399, that's growth. And so that is to be celebrated and acknowledged. We did have a lot of growth in a lot of our areas. In math, there was a 7-point change, history 8-point, and in science 11. And the CIP, the Comprehensive Instructional Program, which reports information to the VDOE as well as provides data reviews based on the VDOE's data, acknowledged that Suffolk Public Schools has received the 5th highest growth in Virginia of all school divisions, and that is something to be celebrated. Now, Virginia's all-in programming is the VDOE's efforts to provide a statewide approach and statewide strategy to supporting students to exceed the pre-pandemic data and numbers. It's to accelerate students, not only looking at remediation, but providing a means for them to receive tutoring in primary content areas of math and reading literacy, ELA, and to accelerate them in those areas. It is the state's effort, as they put it in their playbook, to work alongside divisions to provide the additional support. And it's called All In because it takes everyone to move this strategy and this effort further. This is high-intensity, high-dosage academic tutoring. It focuses on, and the data that is being used is the students who either failed their SOLs in grades 3 through 8 in reading and or math, or demonstrated a risk of failing. That means they scored up to about 447 on the SOL, where the minimum passing is 400. It also allows and establishes options for divisions on tutors, schedules, ratios, and resources to ensure that the tutoring can be successful in every school, meaning that it's not going to look the same in every building. And we do have the autonomy with the additional funding support that they are now in review of to allow us to do different things to support our students. As Dr. Gordon mentioned, tutoring, we receive 70% of the total funding, 20% for literacy, and that actually is helping to build the efforts for the Virginia Literacy Act, which are required to be implemented beginning in the 2024 school year, and then attendance, which is 10%. And we do realize, as Dr. Brown will share, that attendance plays a great part in student achievement and success, as well as these numbers. We already have several efforts in play and are expanding and enhancing our efforts based on the all-in programming. This Saturday begins our SPS Saturday Academy, which for the VDOE's programming, the initial launch stated that all school divisions had to have their programming in place by October 16th. Our programming was already planned for SPS Saturday Academy and begins on October 14th and runs all the way through April 27th. The focus at elementary is literacy and math. Our staff comes in on Saturdays for 3 hours. They have 1 hour of planning, and they work with students on those content areas at the elementary level. Middle and high, we still focus on math and English and any of the content-specific areas. This year, we have added, because we've been doing SPS Saturday Academy for the last 2 years, we have added SPS transportation. And so there are, for those who are registered for SPS Saturday Academy, and you do have to register because there are attendance and class size ratio caps, our students and families will be provided transportation. Thankful to Mr. Privet and the Transportation Department, Ms. Beverly Young, for developing 8 regional hubs for parent drop-off and pickup for us to transport our students to tutoring. That before may have been a barrier for some. So we're making it much more accessible for our students. Breakfast, snack, and lunch will be provided, and that will include a take-home meal for those students who attend. We will be extending attendance and participation initiatives school-wide and student-wide. And we will monitor in grades 3 through 8 using the video system that they are providing. We have not received that yet, but they are finalizing their RFP process and should be announcing today the 2 systems that are being used for math and reading to do progress monitoring, and a component of that will be attendance. So those who attend will be noted in the system. And it really should be a push for those students who are falling within that criteria of low proficient and not proficient, but it is for all students. We also have before and after school tutoring. We've always had before and after school tutoring. This year, it is, as it has been, scheduled by the building. So therein, where the VDOE has given divisions autonomy in how we schedule, it will be based on the building. And the buildings will communicate with their students and their parents on their planning, the when, the dosage that will happen, and how long it will be. We anticipate that will begin sometime later in November, as our administrators are all putting together their final touches on their planning. It will be 2 to 3 times per week based on the building, and it will be provided, tutoring will be provided by SPS staff. We are pouring into our staff who know our students and our pacing as well. We also contract with university instructors who actually work in our buildings daily. In select buildings, we have a number to help support in those areas, especially where there are more long-term subs and new teachers. So we already have those staff, and they will be doing before and after school tutoring, as well as they're part of our instructional staff and planning throughout the day. Again, those incentives will be provided, and we will progress monitor in the VDOE systems. As part of our targeted daily instruction, we this year have hired Title I interventionists in all of our elementary schools that work with small groups in the content areas. They work at Tier 2 and Tier 3 levels, meaning those students who do need additional support. These students identified by the state's assessments will actually be a part of that, and that will be a continuation of their daily instruction. We will have a small group instructional schedule, which at the elementary level, that is not uncommon. We do small groups every day. University instructors, again, will be providing whole small group and tutoring, as well as the progress monitoring will be in place. And you are already aware of our SPS Summer Series, which is an intersession option for the VDOE's all-in plan. We already have it, and our focus at elementary is geared towards those students who are low proficient or who have challenges and difficulty in literacy as well as math. That is going to be our continued focus at elementary, with the grade and content remediation and acceleration for the other areas, and elementary and middle school as well for literacy and math. Again, we will have to use the VDOE's progress monitoring systems. Now, for the all-in literacy, we are already in the works of developing our Virginia Literacy Act plan, and many of the things are already in place, but we are using this funding to expand our literacy efforts. All of our reading specialists, academic and instructional design coaches, as well as the Title I interventionists, all of them have received training on data literacy, being able to look at our data and determine what are the best approaches and interventions for our students. We do not tier students, we tier interventions. Interventions are based on the student's needs, not just tiering our students. We already use PALS, iReady, letters, SOL data, and HMH to inform our targeted daily support and instruction. We have intervention programs, again, for those Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. And the VLA, the Virginia Literacy Act, actually requires reading literacy plans for students who are low proficient. And so that's something already in place. The VDOE has not provided an updated template on what we are to use for a reading plan, but we are already in the works within Suffolk Public Schools on that. Our gen ed as well as our special ed teachers receive letters training. And it is our goal, using our resources, to hire a secondary reading coach. One area that has been a shortfall, as we see, especially post-COVID, is that secondary area for reading and reading instruction, when many of those students started in either third grade, who are now 6th through 8th or 9th graders. So we look to hire a secondary reading coach, additional literacy coaches at the middle school level, and or reading specialists. We will use online digital intervention reading platforms that we have recommended and is part of our planning, and the funding support to allow our current staff, if interested, to receive their reading specialist endorsement. I am going to turn it over now to Dr. Brown for the SPS all-in attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Branch. Greetings to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here to talk about attendance. It's a pleasure because I have this entire team, I just realized, from Student Services is here. So if you guys never met them, they're right there. Amazing team that has a big part in doing this. So our plan to approach attendance is a multi-tiered systems of supports. So that just simply means as the intensity or the needs of the students increase, so does the plan. So this plan shifts away from punitive measures. We're not about punishing a kid or a family for not coming to school. That's not the approach. Those things already exist. We want to make sure we approach the whole child, trauma-informed chronic absence, that's centered on best practices, and I'll talk about some of those in a little bit. It's data-driven, and is used to prioritize what supports will be provided to the families and to determine what types of supports needed. So we're going to talk about Tier 1. You hear that term a lot, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Sometimes we don't quite understand. Tier 1 is everyone. Every student is present the first day of school. The first day they attend, they're not absent. So we're talking about this plan addresses all of the kids, and we want to start with awareness. The awareness is just making sure our students and families understand the impact of being absent. We want to make sure we have positive and engaging school climate. School climate affects attendance. I mean, that's a reality, so we want to make sure we focus on that. Define and teach good attendance. Sometimes families don't understand that it's important to come. We had a family the other day that we met with, and it was the response was, it's too early. I got to be at school at 6:50. I got to get up at this time, and I play video games all night. Now, of course, we could have kind of judged it, but we didn't. Now that's some help there. Maybe if you take away the video game from your child at night, the child maybe can get up. We want also informal virtual discussions with all students in the school community. Remember, this is everyone wants to receive this type of support. We want to have campaigns and establish community partners to help us create this plan, and we named our plan Attend to Achieve, which I like that because it has our hashtag SPS Create Achievers. They got to come to school, though. So that's why we said Attend to Achieve is kind of how we address our plan. We want to strengthen the peer-to-peer and student-to-teacher connections. Also, we want to focus on incentives. And these incentives is just celebrating good attendance. We want to reward people for doing the things that are great. And it goes from all levels, elementary, middle school. We want to make sure we have strong and fun motivators for students to improve to keep up their attendance. It could be we identify groups of students, randomly pull out their name out of hat. You come to school every month, you're going to get a preferred parking space. That means you're going to park wherever the teachers park. You know, that's small, but that could be big to a student to motivate them. We also want to monitor the data frequently. And when you see this dashboard that Dr. Bird is going to present, you can see how simplified that process is. I'm not a big data guy, but I love this dashboard. You know, I got excited about it. Cindy got excited about it, because it's so user-friendly. So we want to make sure we focus on the data that we can identify the kids early. Because I don't want to have a kid, you've missed 20 days. It's too late. I need everyone, you missed 2 days. 2 days a month, you're going to be chronically absent. So I need to focus on making that family and that child aware why they should come to school. Tier 2. That's some students, not all students. We want to focus on those students with a little different mindset. They need a little more support. So these are kids that are patterns or trends moving towards there. Your child has missed 2 days. Now let's have a conversation about what's going on about this 2 days they're missing. This is the importance of coming to school every single day. Having a time when we see some other things, a little more is going on with the family, having some attendance plans that we can set up. This tier is about family engagement. We use that throughout our plan because that has to be the key. We have to engage the family no matter who they are. We got to engage them because they're the ones that's going to send the kid to school, not allow the kid to remain home. If the kid is sick or having some illness, we got some supports for that. Let's talk about it. Is homebound appropriate for you? And some other things we need to get in place that's going on. Follow-up phone calls. I don't want just to have a kid that we set a plan and we put it in place and now we're on to the next student. Now we got to follow up. How's it going? You received this support. How is this plan working for you? So we want to identify those kids and families through follow-up calls. Provide helpful attendance and school resources, family and student problem solving for the families. That's what the attendance plans do. They now has an opportunity to dialogue with these families and decide what's going on, how can we go in and help. Build trusting relationships with family and, of course, ultimately positively impacting student attendance. Collaboration with community partners. That's important. Now, we want the messaging to be up in the barbershops, why students should go to school, to be up in some of our stores. These are community members that can help us with get the message out. You don't know how much people talk about at beauty salons and barbershops and doctor's offices. These were our families and our students attend. So we want to bring them in as partners, help us with getting this message out. So we want kids to get tired of saying attend to achieve. We want that messaging to go out everywhere and every opportunity that we're there for. Now let's move to Tier 3. This is just a few students. These are some of the students we're talking about that may be truant. You know, these are ones that we got to go out and find. We got to get to those homes. But we're not there to judge them. We are linking them to services and support because kids just don't want to go to school. Are they afraid to go to school? Do they need some type of financial support? You know, we've had kids, I don't have clean clothes. So I wear clothes this week, then my brother wears the clothes. Okay. Let's come to school on Saturday. We can wash your clothes at school, or we can connect you to resources so that kid can come to school. Timely and accurate data monitoring. What we're looking at, that is looking at trends. We've already found a trend using a dashboard that we love on Mondays and Fridays. I think it was Mondays and Fridays. For some reason, they just don't want to come to school. So that's where some incentives come in. That's where we can do things to increase the attendance on Mondays and Fridays and Peanut Fest. That was a big one. But also collaborating between schools, community partners, and of course, unfortunately, we got to get the courts involved. But again, it's not all about punitive. The courts have to get involved so we can all work together to convey those messages. But we're hoping with this plan, we address the kids before they get to that Tier 3 level. Some will. I mean, unfortunately, we do have some, but we want to make sure we start this plan early. This plan is not a golden ticket or a magic wand, but it is structured, thoughtful program connecting with families and building relationships is at its heart. That's the whole plan in itself. Caring, compassionate, persistent, and well-trained staff and empowering families to navigate through their host of barriers that keep the kids from coming to school. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Stanette Bird III, and I serve as your Chief of Schools, and as well as head the Department of School Leadership and Innovation. Today, I will introduce to you the new Suffolk Public School Leadership Dashboard. We partner with Power School to modify a program that they offer called Unified Insights. In short, we took a product with an abundance of data and condensed it into data that is relevant to leaders on a daily basis. This allows us to identify, diagnose, and take action quickly. Differentiation, that's a term that's used a lot in education, and this is when the approach or method is adjusted to meet the needs of individual students or groups of students with the focus on personalized learning. When we think of how an impact that the leadership dashboard can have in the area of instruction, and you reflect back to what you heard from Dr. Branch, we can identify students who have had a history of low performance, either grade-wise or been unsuccessful in SOL tests, and we can provide early interventions. We can get them into the programs early, starting next week. We also can diagnose our common assessments to provide immediate support to students, teachers, and school after they take these assessments. The dashboard will allow us not only for students to see how they're comparing to one another, but we can see how teachers within a school students are faring, and as well as how one school is performing on the same assessment to another school. When we think of the information that Dr. Brown shared with us, and we look at chronic absenteeism, the dashboard allows us to quickly identify any attendance concerns. Currently, I have one threshold set at 8% and another one set at 10%. And if you can imagine it, on the 1 day absent may not seem like a big deal, but if we were at the 10th day of school and a student had one absent, they would flash as a concern on our dashboard. And that would allow us to quickly start making phone calls. Some of the things that Dr. Brown mentioned, we can check in on a child. Number one, make sure they're doing okay. Remind their parents of the importance of attendance, offer support, set goals, and offer other incentives. The same is true for behavior. We have thresholds set once you have 2 disciplinary referrals, as well as the other end. And so that kind of speaks to the tier 1, 2, and 3 that Dr. Brown mentioned that we use a lot in education. From a central office standpoint, We can ask questions. We can inquire as to why numbers are high, why we're seeing these trends, and get a greater understanding. This will allow us to offer remediation to students, offer support or professional development to our staff, as well as divert resources to those schools that are in great need. The principal, they can disaggregate their data. They can determine the needs of their students and develop remediation programs that are unique to their school. And that's one thing that Dr. Branch mentioned earlier, is that the remediation program may look different at different schools because they have different needs or different areas that they're trying to target. And that's okay, because that's the essence of what differentiation is. So, at the heart, back to the heart of differentiation and our new data dashboard, this will allow us to meet diverse needs, personalize learning, ensure instructional access to all, foster critical thinking, prevent disengagement and dropout, meet curriculum standards, and ensure student engagement. And I would just like to close in saying that nothing that you heard today is new. We've always taken these efforts to support our students, but we will use these opportunities and resources to enhance what we have always been doing to help our students and enhance our work. We feel that our staff is capable, and we look forward to providing them with these supports that were shared with you today. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Byrd. If Dr. Branch and Dr. Brown will come and join Dr. Byrd at the podium this way, if there's any questions based on your areas of expertise, you'll be readily available. And one of the things that Dr. Byrd mentioned from the dashboard is we had all this information on several Google Docs, Google Forms, Google Drive, spreadsheets, and we have been working with Unified Insights for Power School specifically to get that built. So now that the principal and central office leaders now have everything in one-stop shop, and the notifications and icons that Dr. Byrd mentioned is our early indicators and allows us to be proactive in the contacts. When it comes to the attendance piece that Dr. Brown had mentioned, we still send our letters, we still send our phone calls, but now we actually have predictors. We have proactive solutions that are coming from the dashboard. Dr. Byrd had actually contacted the principal the first week that we had it running and already had pulled a kid. And the great thing about it is when he spoke with Mr. Rhodes had already scheduled to talk with that kid's family that day. So that let us know that our principals are actually taking this serious. When we opened it up to them, we actually allowed the principals to provide additional feedback that Dr. Byrd and Ms. Lafferty took back to Power School to make sure it was going to be user-friendly. And we're really excited that we now have a warehouse for everything to make our leadership development more efficient and effective. Thank you, Mr. Riddick.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
Thank you. Listen, I'm very glad to hear that we're looking at positive things to do with regard to the children to improve attendance, since that's going to be a measure of our accreditation. I was on the webinar with Dr. Coons the other day that she did for board members, and I was really concerned about what we plan to do, because I'm aware of children who actually live in my borough who have illnesses, long-term illnesses. And when we talked about 2 days, she said that was the federal standard for attendance, 2 days a month, having problems. When I asked if there were going to be some types of things that we could do with regard to those children, because I heard of a school system that was doing something that I thought was a bit extreme with regard to that. What kinds of things are in place? Because for our system, are we considering homebound for those children? Or if they are not, if they have something like sickle cell or asthma or childhood diabetes or those kinds of things, when they don't need to be on homebound, but what kinds of things can we do?
There's several things with that. We are aware that homebound, of course, is one of those options. If we see something medically that's prohibiting the child from coming there, then we can kind of provide the support to the child in the home. The other thing that we have, depending on the situation, is unscheduled days. That is another option that the DOE affords. Now, this is a child that may have some type of therapy. They're doing something. They have to be out every Tuesday or every Thursday. So we don't get a lot, maybe some more for the younger kids, but sometimes we get them for older kids as well that's having some anxiety issues or some things going on. Then now we can get the appropriate documentation to support that student. So every Thursday that kid attends some type of medical appointment, then we can just use that as an unscheduled day. So that doesn't count against us. But that was one of the things, and you notice in the plan I didn't mention anything about accreditation. But
Right.
that goes back to building the relationship with the family and connecting them to the resources. Because it's usually a reason why the child is not there. If we know that reason, we can kind of do a little more research and help that family. Then where it doesn't, of course, impact their attendance, but more importantly, we can help the child to get back in school or provide the support in the home through homebound services.
Thank you.
Next board member is Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you. So in looking at the front page where we had the chart that gave us some data, I noticed, as Dr. Branch pointed out, that we have made progress. I'm looking also at the programs that are in place before we have to get to the tutoring. I went to the VDOE website to look at the all-in and look at what programs they are recommending. And I noticed that the programs that they recommend at the VDOE are not necessarily the ones that we are utilizing in our program. And I guess my question is, why are we not using what they've recommended?
I want to clarify, in the all-in programs, we do not know, it has not been confirmed, the two programs that the state will use for math and reading. We have been given some insight, but the official RFP was not confirmed until late last week. And so they're going to be, they told us today, announcing those two systems. So clarity on the Virginia's all-in programming, those two programs are going to be new to everyone in the state that we are required to use for the 3rd through 8th grade progress monitoring. However, if you're speaking of programs under the Virginia Literacy Act, there are two programs already on the recommended list that we already use. Wonders is one of them. And so I'm not sure which programs you may not have seen, but
So on their website, they have Wonders. They also have Open Up Resources, which is a language art curriculum, and those are both K to 2nd grade, and then K to 3rd grade, they have the Amplified Education, the Benchmark Education, the Huffman-Midland Hardcore HMH, which I saw that we had that,
Yes.
and the Imagine Learning, the McGraw-Hill Open Court Reading, and then the Open Up Resources. So I'd seen those. They were
Yes.
really good programs, and I was just wondering if we were looking at trying to incorporate those programs.
two of those we already have. Yes, ma'am.
So the other question that I wanted to talk to you about was the reading specialists, academic and instructional design coaches, the Title I interventionists. So you talked about that there was training. Was the training on literacy data or data literacy? Because those are two different things. So
They are.
Okay.
They are, and the training was on both. The most recent training was provided by the Virginia Department of Education. It was required for all reading specialists and those working directly with literacy. And they took a whole approach in sharing what data literacy is and literacy data, but they also trained them on the expectations for the Virginia Literacy Act. That was a required 2-day training for all of those literacy and reading English-related staff.
Hold on, Board Member Brittingham. We're going to give Board Member Jenkins had her light. I see it went off, and we want to make sure we have an opportunity for all board members to ask questions versus us taking one stop at one board member because time is getting far spent. We want to be equally opportunity for all board members. I see Board Member Byram has her light on as well, and we'll come back to you if time permits, but Board Member Jenkins had her light on next. I allowed you to ask 2 questions, and then we're going to go around and I'll come back to you if time permits.
Thank you. Great presentation. I'm excited about what Suffolk Public Schools have to offer. I have a question about with the attendance. Well, we have, just like everybody all over, having a problem with the school buses. How do we combat students either not able to get to school because the buses don't show, or they're getting there maybe after the first period? How are those handled?
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. So, of course, we're working. Kids should be able to get to school. If we don't have kids that are not picked up, of course, we'll talk to Mr. Privet. I need to get a bus out there to pick that kid up. The parents need to notify us that the kid is not there. We already have a process in place for kids to come to school tardy, and that's what you're referring to on a late bus. Part of in this plan is we are wanting to do tardy stations. This is mainly for secondary, and I love the tardy stations for our high schools because what happens, they're on a late bus, they'll come in, they'll type in their ID, and a ticket comes up. That ticket now goes to that to the teacher. That's their pass in class. But it also keeps a database of everyone that has arrived to school after a certain time. So now our clerks and some of the people that we have identified in the plan will now go in each school and write that this person was tardy, however they are present. I'm not as convinced, and this is just me, I think we have to have a better way of tracking all of those kids. We currently use paper passes for the kids to go there. But the other thing about the tardy stations is when you're tardy for a class or at school, after you get about 3 tardies, it automatically sends an email or a text message to that parent that your child has been tardy for first block for 3 days or whatever criteria we set. So now that parent knows this child is driving a car, they're coming to school late every morning. We got to make sure we get them engaged and keep them informed. These tardy stations will also be on the first floor and the second floor. So now when a student is late for second block, they're in school, but they're late. They have to get a tardy slip to go into that classroom. Again, it will notify the parent. It will notify them email and text message. Your child has been late to second block 3 times. Then the administrator will also get an alert. Here are the groups of kids that have been tardy 5 times. Now it's time for a conversation. Now it's time for some phone calls. And now let's try to make sure we can get this kid to class on time. But we do have a system in place when they arrive on a late bus. And we already have that system in place, but this process is going to kind of make it a little more efficient with what we're doing. But it also keeps the parents informed as well.
Next is Board Member Byram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of things. Looking at the growth, and I'm proud to say we are in that 5th highest growth rate. And, you know, I think part of that has come from the fact that the staff, Dr. Gordon, has already implemented many of the things that the state is calling for now. You know, for several years, we've had Saturday Academy. We've had all of these things, you know, a summer series, all of these things in place long before many school divisions have, and we have utilized money that we have received to do these things. And this points to the fact that we have had growth, and I commend the staff for that. I'm glad to see the Saturday Academy will now have transportation, because I think that has been one of the drawbacks. And I asked, I think last February, if I remember correctly, how many students were attending and how it was going and so forth. That was my concern then, because many of my constituents' children do not have transportation. So I thank you, Mr. Privet and Transportation, for providing that. I hope you can work that out. The funding support for reading specialists endorsement, that's a great step forward. Could you address that a little more, Dr. Branch?
Yes, ma'am. Overall, the state is providing us almost $8 million total expected in this funding, in this initiative. 70% goes to tutoring, and we had to provide a full budget with detailed explanations, and once approved, it will be posted on the VDOE's website what our plan includes. Part of that also is the 20%, which goes to our literacy, and that's $1.159 million. Specifically, we want to use all of our human resources abilities in hiring reading specialists. Right now, there is a shortage of teachers. There's also a shortage of specialists, but we want to be able to provide, one, for our staff, the endorsements to become reading specialists or literacy coaches at some of our local university partners, but also to be able to hire additional reading specialists to support. As part of the Virginia Literacy Act, we have to have a reading specialist in every school K through 8. That is part of the requirement. So right now at the elementary level, we're looking good. We're looking good with our reading specialists. At the middle school level, where you have not seen it as much, but we have 4 literacy coaches, and some of those positions are still needing to be filled. They're vacant. We have to push to put literacy coaches at the secondary level in 6 through 8. One good thing under the Virginia Literacy Act is that if someone is a literacy coach, they do not have to have the endorsement, which is a drawback. If you have an elementary teacher or middle school teacher who's been teaching English, in order for them to be a reading specialist, they have to have the reading specialist endorsement. As a literacy coach, they can have the experience of English and literacy or something relevant, and they would be able to work in that capacity. So we are going to push on our efforts to hire more reading specialists as well as literacy coaches, which is part of a requirement anyway.
Thank you for that good answer. One other thing, Dr. Brown, you mentioned that we are pinpointing family engagement. You know, that's the secret to this whole thing.
Absolutely.
And your team, that personal contact is what is going to make the difference here. Because a lot of parents, unfortunately, don't realize the impact of not being in school. And if you have that personal contact, I know Mr. Randy Boone has always done that because I worked with Randy for many years and many others in that department. That is what really sometimes pays off because families don't understand this. And I hope you drill that. Because
Absolutely.
we've got to get with them personally, one-on-one, to solve the problem.
Yes, ma'am. That family engagement is in every tier of the plan, and that's the whole, the key to success. I agree. Thank you.
And Dr. Bird, the dashboard is a wonderful idea, and I think it will be utilized when we see new figures in the coming months. I think we will be asking.
Thank you so much, Board Member Byram. At this time, we will have questions and remarks from Board Member Slingloff.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it greatly. Dr. Brown, with regards, I want to piggyback on what Ms. Byram said with regards to the attendance and family engagement. You said Tier 2 is where you really focus on that family engagement. You also made a comment that after 3 tardies, there's an email that automatically goes out. What's the first contact that a parent would get, or what point would a parent first be notified of the tardies or the absenteeism?
All right, so the first contact we're hoping is going to be when we see that pattern, 1, 2, 3 days out, they're going to get an awareness call, right? That call is making parents aware of who is why your child should come to school, not to judge them, not to say you're a bad parent, but just want you to understand that coming to school, this is what happens. Your child misses one day, this is how many hours of instruction they miss, and to make them aware of the importance of that. That's at the school level. So those groups of people, we've identified a lot, I think 5 to 2 per school. These individuals will be making awareness calls to these families that, again, they're early, 1, 2, 3. They're not in that second tier. They're kind of in that first zone. And we're also hoping that not necessarily a call, but they'll see the messaging or the campaign for everyone. My child hasn't been absent, but you're still going to see the importance and the value of having your child come to school. But to answer your question, that first early identification, okay, we got 2 days, we've been in school 2 months, we got 2 days, just want to make you aware that, hey, attendance counts. We have to make sure if you miss 2 days every month, they're going to be chronically absent. So that's when they'll get that first call. Okay. Then that's going to be an awareness. We're not seeking a lot of information, hey, what's going on with your child? We're not there yet. So that tier 1 call is just to make you aware how important attendance is.
Okay, is that from a guidance counselor or an administrator?
That's going to be a staff. So the school will be allocated 2 to 5 staff members that they identify. It could be a school counselor, it could be a teacher, it could be a dean, but whoever you identify, and we're calling them attendance monitors.
Awesome.
And so the monitors are at the school level.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then I had one other question, Dr. Branch, with regards to the 70% tutoring. Can you clarify for me, with regards to the math versus literacy, because literacy is a focus and then tutoring is a focus, percentages of that 70%, like how is that determined, how it's divided up between the emphasis on math or literacy, and does that overlap with the literacy component?
What the state has required of us is that we identify each student who was low proficient or not proficient, meaning they failed the SOL in the spring, and whether they failed both math and English or math or English. So they require us to have 3 to 5 hours per week of tutoring, and it can be a combined 5 hours per week. And so what that may look like, because every program will be different because we have different students in different categories. Sure. A school may have built into their 120 minutes of reading small group, whole group, and small group instruction that focuses on just reading during that time. But we also, at the elementary level, have a math block. At the middle school, it will look very different because they have 90-minute blocks, and so that math teacher may have required 30 minutes of remediation and acceleration, small group stations, and there are multiple opportunities to do that, as well as use the VDOE's program, which we are not aware of yet, and the expectation is for them to get on that system after they receive their small group or one-on-one tutoring and then do their progress monitoring. And so it will look very different, but we are required to do 3 to 5 hours per week of instruction in math, reading, or a combination of both. You're welcome.
Thank you, Board Member Slinglove. Board Member Brittingham, we're going to allow you an opportunity to ask one more question, and then we're going to move forward to our next item of business, okay?
So looking at the PALs, the iReady, letters, SOL data, and HMH, some of that is instruction and some of that is assessment. And I know the PALs is assessment, I know SOL data. It looks like the HMH is going to be instructional, and so is letters. Can you tell me a little bit about the iReady and what that is and what type of curriculum comes with that?
Actually, iReady is a full, robust program we piloted back in 2019-20. We began that, actually started before COVID. It's, the company is Curriculum Associates, and it focuses on K-5 literacy, reading, ELA is what we call it, English Language Arts, and math. It's an opportunity for teachers to set students on what's called My Path, and based on their level, they're able to do practice and remediation, and parents are also able to have access to the system so that they can chart their students' progress. From the teaching perspective, it allows teachers to have ready-made lesson plans, small group and whole group, to support the needed instruction based on their students' data. So they can use the system to go in and pull the students' a strand, depending on where they are, and see how those students are progressing. It helps drive instruction, but it also reinforces practice at the home level. So parents can actually talk to the teacher about where their student is and how they can be supported if needed.
So the iReady program is both
Hold-
an assessment and an instructional?
It's a diagnostic, it's not an assessment. We don't use that to test students, which is equivalent to an assessment.
So this is more progress monitoring?
It is. For daily instruction as well as, for daily instruction and monitoring of students, yes.
Okay, stop. Hold on, Board Member Brittingham. We gave you an opportunity to ask one additional question. Any other questions, we ask you to email those questions into staff. We all have had ample time to relay any questions we had over. That's why you see Vice Chair Howell and myself are foregoing asking our questions because we don't have any. We have a very tight agenda that we have to move forward with. So we want to say thank you to our staff for excellent presentation. Dr. Brown, I thought you was about to hoop and holler when you was giving your presentation. It was filled with excitement, and I definitely am loving the season at SPS we're currently experiencing. We're moving in the right direction. Thank you so much. Our next item of business is a motion to go into closed session.
Closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia. The discussion and/or consideration of employee appeal number 2324-3 as it relates to the job performance of a specific employee of the public body, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended.
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Byram, second by Board Member Brooks Buck. Madam Clerk. Okay.
This is going out. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Green, check one. So Green, you're on. Just a quick check for you there. Thanks, guys.
You need to get a handheld piano.
1, 2, ready, go.
You ain't got no piano. I can't get jiggy with it. I can't get a handheld.
Thanks, guys. Perfect.
Does it?
with them. Don't forget.
kind of forgot what to do. Good evening, everyone. At this time, we will have a certification of closed session.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of October 12, 2023 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
The motion has been properly made by Board Member Byram and second by Board Member Brooks Buck. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. Our next item of business. At this time, we will call the Suffolk Public Schools General Meeting for the month of October to order. At this time, we ask everyone if they could stand, and we're going to ask board member, well, we're going to start it off right. Kings Fork High School Chorus, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? As they come, once the pledge is done, you may be seated. Board member Howe, Vice Chair Howe will read our mission statement, and then you all will be in for a treat from the outstanding Kings Fork High School chorus.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Outstanding chorale. You can stand right there. We're going to have our mission statement, and then you're going to rock the house.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment.
At this time, Dr. Wood, you going to introduce them? At this time, we're going to have the introduction of our outstanding musicians by our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Directed by Mr. Dante Copeland, we have the Kings Fork High School Chorus. Here, Mr. Riddick wants to continue what we did last year by bringing in musical groups from each of our secondary schools. This year, we're going to start with our high schools. So, Mr. Copeland, I will turn it over to you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright our stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' bright glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Sikiri que montu abuela, sikiri que montu abuela, sikiri que montu abuela, sikiri que montu abuela, haribapala montu abuela, haribapala montu abuela, haribapala montu abuela, haribapala montu abuela, sikiri que montu abuela.
Okay. Got it. What's going on with this? Okay, there we go.
I just wanted to say this. This is wonderful, Mr. Copeland. I'm so glad that you're here. And I'd like for former board member, Mrs. Loretta Mayo, please stand up. This is his elementary school principal. We're so glad to have you, and I'm really impressed. Mr. Colton and I used to sing together in your group. We miss you.
Board members, anyone have any brief remarks?
I'd just like to say I appreciate the music in our schools, and you do an excellent job, and we thank all of you for your devotion and dedication to this program. It really shows. You did an excellent job. Yes.
Okay, we're going to have Board Member Slingluff go first.
I just wanted to say that was outstanding, and you all represent Kings Fork High School very well, so thank you for coming and sharing your talents with us tonight.
Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you. I just want to say it was awesome and it was Grammy-worthy. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Brittingham.
What beautiful talent you guys have. I know the Lord has great plans for you, and those voices are angelic. Well done.
Okay. You?
I'll just echo it. That was absolutely beautiful, and it starts us off on a lighthearted, positive note, so thank you.
And I'm going to just pretty much give a summation. You all did an outstanding job. This is just a smidget of what Suffolk Public Schools has to offer, and you've seen it here first. I believe you're a product also of Suffolk Public Schools, correct? Who came through the school system, went out, got educated, came back, and now you rocking the house at my alma mater. The Immaculate Class of '09. Thank you all so much for your time. I do ask that all media outlets please take a moment and showcase this on our news. These young people could be in so many other places, but they are out here tonight using their talents to bring joy to everyone, using their outstanding voices to neutralize what some may expect to be a hostile situation, but we're not going to have that tonight because you all already have set the tone. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for them one more time as they go back to their seats. Outstanding job, Mr. Copeland. I may be coming, join the alumni choir. Okay. Our next item of business on our agenda is meeting item. Attorney Waller.
You don't need to do anything on it.
That's what I asked. Okay, we're going to delay that. We're going to move forward to the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved. Second.
The motion has been made and properly seconded by motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. At this time, is there any question or discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. Our next item on our agenda is public speakers on agenda topics. At this time, with it being more than, let me make sure I'm right. We're going to reduce, Attorney Waller, I have permission to reduce the time, correct?
We have a total of 45 minutes that's been allocated for public comments on the early appearance. If you have more than 15 speakers, you can reduce the amount of time down to 3 minutes a person. Anyone beyond the 15 would have to be carried over to your late appearance.
Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, is in your hands.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matter. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons not engaged in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area and waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Patricia Holloman regarding proposed policy regarding transgender students.
Madam Clerk, before we begin, in compliance with our board policy, which allots 45 minutes, each speaker, under regular circumstances, if we had less than 9, it would be 45 minutes. 9 times 5 is 45. We have 13 speakers signed up. That means a total of 65 minutes. So in an effort to reduce the time so we can still move forward to do the business of Suffolk Public Schools while complying with our policy, we're going to reduce the time of the speakers from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Patricia Holloman, proposed policy regarding transgender students.
Good evening, school board. Education is the cornerstone of a thriving society. Our schools play a crucial role in shaping not only the minds, but also the hearts of our future generations. It is our collective responsibility to foster a school environment that promotes inclusivity and diversity, while every single child can focus on what is truly important, their education. I think all of us can recognize that transgender students face extremely unique challenges. Bullying and discrimination are all too common, and that negatively impacts their mental health and their academic performance. While some people have brought up hypotheticals about cis heterosexual students being in harm's way in bathrooms and locker rooms, I would be curious how they think that will go if, say, a trans girl is forced to use a boys' bathroom. Do you really believe that that child is free from danger? I know firsthand, how truly dangerous it can be. And so do the families of Morgan Moore, 17, Brayla Stone, 17, Brianna Jai, 16, Ollie Taylor, 17, and Ariana Mitchell, 17, killed in Hampton, Virginia. All of these children were killed simply for being trans. Protecting our transgender students isn't just a matter of policy, it's a matter of humanity. I know inevitably there are people who will say tonight that their children don't feel safe in bathrooms or locker rooms with students who are trans. But I'm going to remind each one of you on the dais that over the last 2 months, a large portion of the speakers that have been in here in front of you don't have any skin in the game. They don't have any children in our schools, and they don't even live in our cities. I think over the past couple months, the superintendent has put in a lot of work in attempting to dispel myths, correct misconceptions, and combat blatant falsehoods concerning the current proposed policy. And he's done all of this while serious questions with regard to the legality of the governor's policy are being proposed. Not to mention, they defy evidence-based best practices, what the actual law says we're supposed to monitor. The governor's model policy is not law. It wasn't law under Governor Northam when only 14 of the 132 districts in the state adopted it, and it's not law now, despite the AG's opinion piece. I have been extremely saddened over the past few months at people who seem to view children only through a lens of ownership and property, instead of viewing them as the gifts and the blessings that they are. While you scream about parents' rights, I remind you that the rights of a child never, the rights of a parent never, ever outweigh
10 minutes.
the need to protect a student. To the LGBTQ kids who are watching, we see you, and we know that you're going to show the world what true humanity looks like. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Daniel Holloman, regarding policy regarding my fellow students who happen to be transgender.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Danny, and I'm a junior at Nansemond River High School. I wanted to come out tonight and talk to you all because over the past couple of months, I've seen so many adults talking about their rights as parents and their own personal opinions. What I haven't seen is any evidence of adults asking those of us who are in Suffolk schools every day how we feel with regard to our fellow students who happen to be transgender. Let me tell you that the majority of us truly don't care about your policies. We care about what classwork we have, whether or not we remember to finish our homework. If we have a test today, how much longer can we put off finishing that project for history class, and what is for lunch today? We avoid bathrooms at all costs because nothing good happens in there. If we absolutely can't hold it, we rush in and out as quickly as possible while intentionally avoiding looking at who is in there because we don't want to get involved in the fights, and we don't want the people who are smoking weed and vaping to think we'll snitch on them. And as far as locker rooms are concerned, many of the schools aren't even requiring students to dress out since COVID, and people who have mentioned showers need to move on from that, because none of us have ever used a shower at school. I honestly don't even know if they work. The adults who have been talking are concerned about whether or not kids are using different pronouns or calling themselves different names, when really we all call each other dude, queen, or bruh anyways. And most of the time, teachers address us as friends, students, mortals, or simply by our last name. To use a phrase my parents always say, you are creating a problem where one does not exist, and you are distracting from the real issues, such as long-term subs where we should have licensed teachers, severely overcrowded schools where there aren't even enough lockers for every student, classes no longer being offered because teachers have quit and there's no one to fill the gap, kids being bullied relentlessly for simply existing, students afraid to come to school for fear of dying in a mass shooting, and a whole lot more. As a student who is actually in a school every day, I have real skin in the game. And I'm asking the school board to please start asking us how we feel about things. Yes, we may be kids, minors, but you've taught us well, and we have voices too. Our thoughts and opinions should be taken into account. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Angela or David Kilgore, regarding transgender policy, prayer policy.
Good evening, all. Tonight, I'm going to start my speech by reading out of this book. Show me your ways, Lord. Teach me your paths. Guide me in your truth and teach me. For you are God, my Savior, and my hope in you is in you all day long. Remember, Lord, your great mercy and love, for they are from of old. In you, in you, Lord, my God, I put my trust. I trust in you. Do not let me be put to shame, nor let my enemies triumph over me. No one who hopes in you will ever be put to shame, but shame will come on those who are treacherous without cause. 2 months ago, I came to this meeting to discuss the transgender policy. And after sitting back with my daughter, who was attending Suffolk Public Schools, I was afraid to come and speak before then because I was afraid of retaliation on my child. I'm not afraid anymore because I know the Lord is with me. There is one goal for the education system, and that is to prepare children to enter careers and be productive members of society. It is not a counseling session or a self-help area or a place where one finds themselves. And we should not be led by the children. Children are called dependents for a reason. They depend on us, we the parents and adults with fully developed minds. You should not and cannot feel your way through life. The people that show up to these meetings every month are bringing statistics, talking about scholastics, funding, busing, and how to make sure all children are as successful as possible. They are not, these people show up at the school board meetings, are not entering schools and calling people names. Yet, members of this board has called these people names and accused them of a racial agenda, being Marxist bigots. Let me tell you that less of 5% of those in Suffolk identifies as LGBTQ. You claim to support democracy. Democracy is the majority plus one. More than 50% of those who live in Suffolk believe in God, Almighty God, who made us male and female, a God who expects us to protect our children. This illusion that SBS is trying to create is just that, an illusion.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you very much. Be blessed.
Next speaker, Janet McKinney, regarding Commonwealth of Virginia mandates.
For the record, I do live in Suffolk, I own a business in Suffolk, and I do have a child that attends Suffolk Public Schools. Last month, the superintendent claimed that the current policy was put in place before the mandate from Governor Northam. That's wrong. Northam's model policy is released in March 2021. This policy was adopted August 12th, 2022. My calendar says March comes before August. Again, we're perpetuating the idea that, we're arguing, or we're stating, the mandates from Northam were good, but the mandates from Youngkin are bad. Other than the fact that one's a Democrat and one's a Republican, I'm not sure how we can say we're going to follow this mandate and ignore that mandate. Early in the process, we saw changes from Mr. Waller and changes from Dr. Gordon regarding this policy. While Mr. Waller's changes were relatively consistent with the model policies, Dr. Gordon's changes are problematic. Paragraph B references a chief of operations. That position does not exist either on the organizational chart or on the administrative directory for Suffolk Public Schools. Paragraph C says, to the extent possible, parents will be given the opportunity to object. According to 8 VAC 2620-10, Paragraph B, no student shall be required to participate in any counseling programs which the student's parents object. Not to the extent parents object. I'm not sure who would be deciding. It's also problematic who's going to decide what extent the parents get to object. Paragraph D, the first paragraph, for 4 lines from the end, we have unless there is documentation. That language makes this policy more restrictive, which makes it a violation of the model policies. Paragraph EC, an eligible student is not included as written, and paragraph E, subparagraph C, violates FERPA because FERPA requires that school records shall not be withheld from the parents. Paragraph EC, subparagraph II, beginning at but only to do so, is additional language that makes policy more restrictive than the model policies. The ninth line of paragraph E, the second paragraph, gender designation is not defined in this policy, according to the model policies, should actually be sex. Quote unquote sex is defined in the policy. Continuing in the second paragraph of paragraph E, subparagraph C, it is not defined as to who has the authority to change the official record. And we'll just skip to paragraph H, language to promote the safety, privacy and safety of the students is not included as in the model. The parents also in paragraph H don't have the right to opt out, which is also required under 8 VAC 20-620-10.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
The model policies as suggested should not be approved because they violate current state code.
Next speaker, Danielle Rayner, regarding model policies.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon and school board members. I just want to address some things from the last meeting. I just want to make it known that I do live in Suffolk. I have a child who's in an elementary school in Suffolk, so I do have stake in the game. My student has the right to an education free from distractions in an environment where she feels safe and comfortable. As a minor child, she does not have a right that grants her the protection to have a private conversation with school staff or administrators without my knowledge or consent. This notion that some homes are not safe places, which is true, by the way, is being used as a caveat. If a child confides in a trusted adult at school that they do not feel safe at home, then that should be reported to the appropriate agency as already mandated by law. You said kids aren't concerned or care about sharing these sacred spaces. That's not true. Kids know and they do care, and I'll tell you how I know this. This is a true story, by the way. About 2 months ago, I took my 2-year-old son into a public women's restroom to change his diaper. A cute little girl, who could have been no older than 5 or 6 years old, walked right up to me and stopped me in my tracks. She said, "Hey, he's a boy, and he's not supposed to be in here." This tells me 2 things. 1, she recognized that a boy in a female restroom was not normal, and 2, that she cared enough to question it. You made a bold and honestly arrogant statement that what happened in Loudoun County is not going to happen in Suffolk. You see, sir, no one anticipates for something that terrible and traumatic to happen. Things like that happen because of lax policies that create opportunities. Board members, if you vote to adopt Dr. Gordon's recommendations, know that if something like that happens in Suffolk, the blood will be on your hands. You stated we focus on these issues because we don't want to talk about test scores and accreditation ratings. You're wrong. Sir, just like you, I'm very proud of our schools, our students, and our teachers, but I can be 1, very proud of our schools and wish them continued success, and 2, not want my daughter, a biological female, to share a bathroom or a locker room with a biological male. These 2 things are not mutually exclusive. Trans youth supporters use suggestive language paired with scary statistics that imply not affirming a child's gender identity will almost always end in suicide, which is simply not true. In fact, a recent study in Sweden, who was a pioneer in this field of medicine, by the way, actually found that post-op transgender individuals were at a significantly higher risk of suicide attempts when compared with their counterparts. To be clear, I'm not transphobic, and I don't think trans youth are pedophiles
10
or
seconds.
sexual deviants, as some speakers and our superintendent tried to suggest. Board members, friendly reminder, your vote is not actually your vote, it's the vote of the voice of the constituents that you're elected to represent.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Kirsten Parker, regarding transgender policy, board ethics, student safety. I'm sorry, Rod Thompson is our next speaker regarding trans policy.
Good evening. In light of recent events in the world, I'm standing before you tonight with far less bravado than previously you've seen, but with the same sense of patriotic spirit. The world has changed since we last shared words, and I find it almost ironic that we ended the final meeting with talks of prayer, who's praying for who, and who does not want me praying for them at all. As I see God moving to expose the wicked and the righteous alike these days. The trans issue before us is not one of education and bathrooms, but one of politics and parental rights, which is not easy to swallow in our current climate because more and more anti-American actors are being exposed and coming out of the woodwork within the political system. We have political candidates and elected servants aligned with our adversaries to push destabilizing curriculum, and our youth fall in line with them because they've been indoctrinated to believe everything about this country is wrong. They're being taught that their feelings are more important than objective facts, and if good old-fashioned Americans say anything to the contrary, we're the enemy. The division in our country is being sown and watered in our institutions of learning by educators and administrators who want nothing more than to see this country fall. People are distracted by social politics while the public education system snips at the future fabric of this nation. Far-fetched, you say? No way would elected officials and educators push an anti-American agenda. Yet a majority of this board refused to pledge allegiance to that symbol of freedom behind you at the last meeting. After 23 years of missing birthdays, holidays, and watching people die in defense of that flag, I find it heartbreaking and atrocious that people who were afforded opportunities that led to PhDs now stand in opposition to the country that allowed those same opportunities. You would not be who you are today, nor enjoy the comforts of the lives you have if you weren't American citizens, educated in a system that cared more about you than politics and hashtags. This is the country where a jailed high school dropout can become a successful entrepreneur, and where a former bus driver can succeed in working his way all the way up the ladder to become the school board chair. You're not activists. You're public servants who are supposed to compromise between the 7 of you to serve the taxpayers and specifically our children. People in the city no longer see a functioning school board steering the education of their children because your political division and hostile rhetoric towards each other bleeds over and washes away the potential in Suffolk's future. In my last speech, I rattled off failure percentages for the SOLs, and none of you batted an eye, either because you already knew them or you simply don't care. I'm steered to believe the latter because if any of those abysmal scores meant anything to any of you, we'd be focused more on educating kids than social and political trends that will be laughed at as governmental lunacy in a decade. As of this day, the legacy of this school board will not be one of quality and uplifting education. None of you will be remembered for what you did for the children of this school district, but instead you will be
10
viewed
seconds.
as a machine for social platforms that squandered the opportunities of an entire generation of Suffolk's children. All politics aside, I'm praying for each and every one of you, not out of judgment, not out of spite, but because I love you as brothers and sisters, and we're doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Kirsten Parker, transgender policy, board ethics, student safety, disability, parental rights, mental health.
All right, good evening. My name is Kristen Parker. I'm here tonight to express my concerns about the transgender policy. I spoke 2 years ago and I shared personal experience of a family member being transgender for 27 years with severe mental illness, who is now recovered and back to his birth identity and is doing amazing. He is utterly appalled and absolutely ashamed at how gender dysphoria is being normalized and glorified in our youth. One of the main points he made as someone who is transgender and suffered from deep depression, attempted suicide, and believed it was from gender dysphoria was that all these kids truly want is to feel a sense of community, love, and attention, and truly do not grasp the damaging side effects this decision will have on their life. He is currently living through all of the medical side effects and processing remorse for the decision he made when all he needed was truth and community during a mental breakdown from a divorce. Children are simply lacking the proper frontal cortex development to make logical and sound decisions, and it is our duty as parents and your duty as SPS leadership to speak truth and actual reality into these children, whether they agree with it or not, because they are not developmentally mature enough to know the ramifications. I hope the board is fully aware of how highly profitable it is for a child to have gender dysphoria. The yearly market profit of a whopping $2.1 billion, and it is estimated to grow yearly around 11%, all at the expense of of innocent and vulnerable children who have a high possibility of taking hormone medicine that encourages the need for antidepressants, castrates them, possible experimental gender reassignment surgery that typically is over $100,000 with a lifetime of medical complications ahead of them, and that the never-ending depression that is guaranteed from the confusing decision that they made. One thing I have heard the board reference is how God is love, and I completely agree, but God does not condone an intentional promotion of sin. We cannot be followers of Christ while affirming and contributing to deception. I can love my child and still make difficult decisions to protect them that they may not agree with, because it is my responsibility and my responsibility to speak reality into them for their protection. Ultimately, I made the decision to remove my kids from the school system and homeschool them due to the multiple instances of gender dysphoria being encouraged and glorified from SPS leadership, not only on their Chromebooks next to their name where they could put their pronouns, but in multiple surveys given to my children that asked them private questions about their sexual identity and mental health. I felt it was unsafe for my children to continue being enrolled at SPS due to the lack of discernment and false ideology being normalized after reading a disturbing transgender policy that grossly overstepped my parental rights. I felt a sense of relief when we had a new governor that was widely voted for who stood up for speaking truth, and I had hopes that this would turn the school district around. The attempt to continue to have a policy that affirms gender dysphoria, all in the name of being a disability. We do not affirm mental illness. We speak truth and we offer solutions and guidance and not affirm a delusion. I challenge the school board to stop and truly evaluate what they're voting for and revise this policy. I encourage you to be bold, and
Your time has
I encourage you
expired.
to be bold, and it's okay to change your mind and views. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, regarding Ordinance 23/24-14.
Good evening, board members. Tonight, I stand before you as a concerned citizen, a believer in the shared responsibility for the education of students, and as an advocate for clarity, transparency, and consistency in the school division's policies. The policy you're set to vote on tonight is pivotal, and I urge you to remember the weight of your decision and its implications. There appears to be a disparity in thought concerning parental notification regarding tonight's policy. The one, of course, it's awaiting your vote. While some lean towards it, others, including the superintendent, seem to be against it. It intrigues me how we can have such a varied stance on an issue when our existing policies seem to speak in a singular voice, a voice that echoes the importance of parental involvement. To provide context for my comments this evening, I studied the policy manual to determine whether there were policies that spoke about parent notification and involvement. I found at least 24 policies, all underlining the importance of parental notification, and in many cases, of course, parental permissions. The recurrence theme: the board values and respects the role of parents in their children's education and well-being. The policy at hand, though, and on the table for a vote, seems to diverge from this ethos. The proposed policy would also allow discussions about significant life decisions like gender and transition without the fundamental involvement of parents and without notifying them. While I appreciate the concerns regarding parents who may not react positively, I think it's essential to note that this is not just an issue concerning transgender students. The essence of parent involvement cuts across all topics. Now, I'd like to share several of the examples from your existing board policies which emphasize parental involvement. Parents have a say in educator training in Title I and other program decisions. Parents are notified and allowed to review any sexually explicit content used in education. Parental participation is deemed critical to a child's educational success. Guidance policies underline that parents and are child's first educators, and of course, 20 or so more that are in line with that. So my question to the board tonight is, why diverge now? If our policies consistently reflect the belief in the vital role of parents and give way to consistently
your time has
notify
expired.
and include them, just lost my place. Anyway, please vote no on the policy as it's presented tonight.
Next speaker, Kit Webb, regarding transgender policy, First Amendment rights violation, FOIA violation.
Good evening. Before you start my time, could I ask a question? Sorry?
You are on the clock.
I can't ask a question.
Any questions?
I would like to use a video. Is that possible?
Ma'am, it's your time. Your time has been wasted, Attorney Waller. Do we have outbursts from the chamber will not be permitted. Please conduct yourselves accordingly. She's asking a question of the chair. Allow the chair to answer. Attorney Waller.
Direct your attention to her form that she submitted regarding her appearance here tonight to speak before the school board. I don't see anything on the form that she submitted that indicates a video.
But it is about the subject that I entered.
So what we're going to do is uphold what you signed up to do, which is speak on these topics, and we're going to allow you to speak on the topic.
Okay. And could I get the 3 minutes?
We're going to resume your time at 2:53.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on one moment. Let us reset the clock.
All right, if you can't get it at 2:53,
Yeah.
just start it at 3.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Last month, I was here after a very long time of not speaking at the school board meetings. And I told you that I had spoken in the schools for 7 years on abstinence. I've also been a youth director in 2 different states for young people, as well as mentoring college-age young people for the last 20 years. So tonight, and last month, I did quote from Purpose-Driven Life of Rick Warren. Tonight, I'd like to quote from someone else, a young woman who is 19 years old. My name is Chloe Cole, and I'm a detransitioner. Another way to put that would be I used to believe that I was born in the wrong body, and that adults in my life whom I trusted affirmed my belief, and this caused me lifelong irreversible harm. I speak to you today as a victim of one of the biggest medical scandals in the history of the United States of America. I speak to you in the hope that you will have the courage to bring the scandal to an end and to ensure that other vulnerable teenagers, children, and other young adults don't go through what I went through. At the age of 12, I began to experience what my medical team would later diagnose as gender dysphoria. I was well into early puberty and was very uncomfortable with the changes that were happening in my body. I was intimidated by male attention. And when I told my parents that I felt like I was a boy,
In retrospect, all that meant was I hated puberty, and I wanted this newfound sexual tension to go away. I looked up to my brothers a little bit more than I did my sisters. I came out as transgender in a letter I set on the dining room table. My parents were immediately concerned. They felt they needed to get me outside help from medical professionals, but this proved a mistake. It immediately set our entire family down a path of ideologically motivated deceit and coercion. The general specialist I was taken to see told my parents that I needed to be put on puberty-blocking drugs right away. They asked my parents a simple question: would you rather have a dead daughter or a transgender son? The choice was enough for my parents to let their guard down, and in retrospect, I can't blame them. This is the moment that we all became victims of so-called gender-affirming care. I was fast-tracked into puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. It has caused
10
permanent
seconds.
changes in my body. My voice will forever be deep, my jawline sharper, a nose longer, my Adam's apple prominent. I look in the mirror and
Your
sometimes
time has expired.
I feel like a monster.
Next speaker, Heather Hoover, regarding transgender policy.
I will continue the testimony of Chloe Cole. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. That was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts other than that. As an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated before I was able to legally drive. I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror sometimes. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest, and the skin grafts that they used, so they took off my nipples, are weeping fluid today. And they're grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said. After surgery, my grades in school plummeted. Everything that I went through did nothing to address the underlying mental health issues that I had. And my doctors, with their theories on gender, said that all my problems would go away as soon as I was surgically transformed into something that vaguely resembled a boy. Their theories were wrong. The drugs and surgeries changed my body, but they did not and could not change the basic reality that I am, and forever will be, a female. When my specialists first told my parents that they could have a dead daughter or a live transgender son, I wasn't suicidal. I was a happy child who struggled because she was different. However, at 16, after my surgery, I did become suicidal. I'm doing better now, but my parents almost got the dead daughter promised to them by my doctors. My doctor had almost created the very nightmare they said they were trying to avoid. So what message do I, in the words of Chloe Cole, want to bring to American teenagers and their families? I didn't need to be lied to. I needed compassion. I needed to be loved. I needed to be given therapy and help working through my issues, not affirmed in my delusion that by transforming into a boy, it would solve all my problems. We need to stop telling 12-year-olds that they were born wrong, that they are right to reject their own bodies and to feel uncomfortable with their own skin. We need to stop telling children that puberty is an option, that they can choose what kind of puberty they will go through, just like they can choose what clothes to wear or what music to listen to. Puberty is a rite of passage to adulthood, not a disease to be mitigated. Today, I, or she, should be at home with my family celebrating my 19th birthday. Instead, I'm making a desperate plea to my elected representatives. Learn the lessons from other medical scandals like the opioid crisis. Recognize that doctors are indeed human too, and sometimes they are wrong. My childhood was ruined along with thousands of
Your time has
detransitioners
expired.
that I know through our networks. You alone can stop it.
The next item on our agenda is...
We have one more speaker. There's one more speaker.
Who?
Kirsten O'Neill, Trans Kids Policy.
My husband came home from deployment today, so I wasn't sure if I was going to be on time, so they moved me last just in case. Good evening. Debates over bathrooms isn't a new debate. It's actually commonly a focal point of marginalized groups. Let's do a history lesson, shall we? You can date the separation of females and male restrooms back to the 19th century and the separate sphere ideology. What is the separate sphere ideology? It's an ideology that claims men and women have separate roles. Women should be in the house and men should be the breadwinners. Well, eventually, women outgrew the ideology and wanted equal opportunity, which is where the separate public restrooms came into play. Even though women were getting educated and earning their own paychecks, men still thought of them as weaker and needed to be protected, hence the separate restrooms. Restrooms would come to take center stage again as people would call to end the Jim Crow laws in the 1960s. White supremacists used restrooms as a catalyst to induce fear. Well, if we do mixed bathrooms, then we would grant black men sexual access to white women, or white women could catch visceral diseases from black women. This sounds crazy today, doesn't it? I mean, look around you. Are any of you fearing for your safety? It's actually not that crazy, because the arguments you heard tonight against the policy are the same exact statements, except instead of black, you would insert the word trans. Some people are under the impression that if race isn't involved, discrimination is not about civil rights. But civil rights go way beyond race. As dictated by Brown versus the Board of Education, which clearly established that separate but not equal is inherently unequal. George Wallace was also known as a well-known governor of Alabama who supported and advocated for segregation. A famous quote from him being, "Integration is a matter to be decided by each state. The state must determine if they feel it is a benefit of both races." Now, let's switch some words around, shall we? Transgender policies is a matter to be decided by each state. The state must determine if they feel it is benefit of both sexual orientations. Another one of his famous quotes, "A racist is one who despises someone because of his color, and an Alabama segregationist is one who consciously believes that it is the best interest of a Negro and white to have separate educational and social order." Again, let's switch some words around. A bigot is one who despises someone because of their sexual orientation, and a religious conservative is one who consciously believes that it is in the best interest of our children to have a separate education and social order. This should send chills down your spine. Adopting the governor's policy that so many people in this room seem to worship is just a foot in the door to heading back towards segregation. What's next? Are special education kids not going to be allowed to vape? Non-religious kids going to be discriminated against? These children, they are asking for protection and instead have gotten disgusting judgment. According to data collected, 70% of transgender survey respondents reported verbal harassment and 9% reported physical assault and gender-segregated bathrooms. If we don't learn from history, it will repeat itself. And again, I ask you, if we lose a child, would it really have mattered what bathroom they washed their hands in?
Madam Clerk, is that all of our speakers?
That's the last speaker.
All right, the next item on our agenda is reports by the superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium my Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Dickens. She's going to provide our good news report, alumni highlight, great day for our historical marker for Florence Bowser, the Regional Partnership Celebration Luncheon, the CCAP Lakeland High School Amadeus interns that were hired full-time, the kickoff for our Watchdog Dads as it expands throughout Suffolk Public Schools, the Suffolk News Herald Local Choice winner for Best Principals, the September Teacher Spotlight, and we also have several members from Mr. Privett's team that are here for the September Bus Driver Perfect Attendance. And Mr. Rickett, I will close out with a calendar of special events. Ms. Dickens?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Chairman Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, school board members, and of course those watching online and here with us tonight. This one. All right, we'll begin our good news report with our alumni highlights. Tonight, we're highlighting Mr. Aaron Dalla Vila. So Aaron was actually highlighted a few months back during our alumni highlight feature as a successful TV and film star and graduate from Nansemond River High School. At that time, he had a starring role in the series Duels and a spot on the Fox TV series Gotham. He is returning again as our alumni highlight for his outstanding work in film and theater. And his film, a film he's currently featured in, is in theaters right now, called The Blind, which details the life of Duck Commanders Phil Robertson and Kay Robertson and their family until 1985, long before the show that many of us are familiar with, known as Duck Dynasty, was famous. And if you take the time to see the movie this weekend or in the weeks ahead, just know that you will be supporting one of our SPS own. All right, Florence Graded School was built and named for noted educator Florence Bowser around 1920. She was very devoted to establishing a local school for African American students in this city of Suffolk. And in 1963, the school was expanded and renamed Florence Bowser Elementary School, then replaced by a new building in 2018. And on Friday, September 22nd, a new historical marker was revealed on the site as descendants of Florence Bowser made a $5,000 donation to the school. And Florence Bowser Elementary was able to give their staff what they call a little self-care time with a team building activity at AMF Bowling. On Thursday, September 21st, Suffolk Public Schools invited our community sponsors and partners to the Camp Workforce Development Center for an opportunity for us to express our gratitude for their commitment to our partners in education and community leadership initiatives. We joined Franklin City Public Schools and Southampton County Public Schools for an afternoon luncheon. And we thank all of our partners who were able to attend and celebrate with us. SPS graduates Tanaya Ricks and Jared Harris of Lakeland High School and the College and Career Academy at Pruden were selected for and participated in a summer 2023 internship experience at Amatis Industries, and both students now have been hired full-time. We are proud of their accomplishments and thankful for their teacher, Mr. Tom Shirk, and Amatis Industries' support. Amatis presented CCAP with a plaque to celebrate our wonderful partnership. And for those of you who may be unfamiliar with Amatis, Amatis does specialize in the advanced technology of agricultural and industrial equipment, and their headquarters are right here in the city of Suffolk. All right, the Watchdog program, or otherwise known as, which stands for, Dads of Great Students, aims to promote positive male role models for students. Fathers, grandfathers, stepfathers, uncles, and other father figures serve on campus for one day or many each year under the leadership of a program coordinator or under the guidance of a school principal or a designated administrator. So to kick off this school year, dozens of dads signed up to volunteer as a positive role model at John Yates Middle School, Kingsport Middle School, and Florence Bowser Elementary to assist in increasing family and community engagement. The most recent school to receive their launch kit this week actually was Nansemond Parkway Elementary, and they'll be looking to plan their kickoff party next. So the ultimate goal for us as a division is to have every school participate in this program. Each year, the Suffolk News Herald hosts the Locals Choice Awards, and for 2023, we are proud to announce that Suffolk Public Schools received awards in 3 categories: Best Public School, Best School Principal, and Best School Teacher. Our Best Public School Gold winner was Florence Bowser Elementary School, and our Best School Principal Gold winner was Principal Jennifer Presson. Our Best School Teacher in the Gold category was Megan Faraba at Hill Point Elementary and Nansemond Parkway Elementary. In addition, we also want to recognize our silver winners for Best Public School, which were Forest Glen Middle School and Nansemond River High School, and our silver winner for Best School Principal, Principal Chanel Woods. For the month of September, we'd like to recognize a few of our teachers who have received our Teacher Spotlight. Miss Lakia Artis Bradby from John F. Kennedy Middle School, Levin Twitty from Forest Glen Middle School, Courtney Owens from John Yates Middle School, Brian Moss from Nansemond River High School, Michelle Ingram from Kings Fork Middle School, Karen Perry from Booker T. Washington Elementary, Anna Russell from Creekside Elementary, Sarah Clark Francis from Nansemond River High School, and Michael Parham from Elephants Fork Elementary. And of course, we'd like to take this time to especially recognize our bus drivers for Suffolk Public Schools. We know that bus driving is a challenge. Mr. Riddick, you being a former bus driver, I'm sure you could attest and speak to some of the challenges our drivers see every day. But at this time, I do want to transition over to Mr. Kevin Privet, our Director of Transportation, to highlight and recognize those bus drivers who received perfect attendance for the month of September.
Good evening, Chair Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, board members, and Dr. Gordon. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the bus drivers that have perfect attendance for the month of September. Their job is the hardest in the district, and they're the heartbeat of the district. So when I call your name, Ms. McLam will come up there and call their name. When you come up, get your certificate from Ms. Ward, and then we will take a picture afterwards, okay? Ms. McLeod.
Do you want me to try to do that in order? It's going in order on this sheet. Okay, because am I calling everybody even though they're not here? Okay.
Okay, Al Quentin Boone, he's a bus aide. Miss Sheila Griffin, who's also a bus aide. Carolyn Holloman, she is here tonight. She is one of our bus aides. Miss Dorothy Jones, Claudia McMillan, Miss Lorraine Moody, who was here this evening, Miss Annetta Ramsey. They are all our bus monitors for perfect attendance for September. Miss Lorraine Moody. Lorraine Moody. Okay, our bus drivers. Okay. Stacy Adams, Carrie Artis, Amy Barden, Nicole Barrett, who is here tonight, Christine Bradshaw, Belinda Brown, Mary Brown Rolack, James Butts, Edward Carr, Mary Jo Cheney, Larry Chapman, Nanette Chapman, Rachel Copeland, Priscilla Cross, Ebony Dancy, Joy Dorr, Rita Ellis, Tammy Epps, Sheila Gardner Brown, Teresa Gary, Melissa Griffin, Vilma Guardiola, Esther Hawks, Ramona Holland, William Horner, April Johnson, Hope Jones, Lizzie Jones, Natalie Jones, Bridget Jordan, Carolyn Liggins, who is here tonight, Jasmine Lundy, Bernice McMillan, Barbara Miskin, who is also here tonight, Robin Montgomery, Daisy Mosley, who is also here, Lori Norfleet, who's also here, Melba Osborne, Todd Roberts, Mary Rogers, Tammy Shepard, Trevora Slade, Tony Smith, Sandra Snell, Jennifer Tate. Oh, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. I did not see Ms. Rogers come in this evening. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Tony Smith, Sandra Snell, Jennifer Tate, Joanne Valance, Melissa Veal, Debbie Walker, Crystal Warren, Mr. Darrell White, he's here. Rutherford Whitfield, and if I can just say about Mr. Whitfield, he's been driving for 64 years. Oh, 53? 53.
$69 years. 69.
69? Okay. I'm sorry, I missed you. I knew you started in 1954. Okay, it's 69, not 64.
Yeah, 69.
I want to make sure I correct myself, 69. Tina Williams, Sandy Wright. Miss Sandy's here. Okay. And Virginia Lagon.
She's here?
No.
That's everybody?
That's everybody on the list.
Okay.
Yes.
That's everybody, James.
All right.
Could y'all slide in a little bit?
Y'all come on here.
Y'all got to come over here.
Come on.
Yep, y'all stay right. You stay right there. You're good.
See, what I tell you, what I'm from. What I'm from. I know, you're high too, on purpose.
I am. I'm kind of now.
Are you good, James?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Everybody ready? Look this way, right here. And 1, 2, 3. Second one. And we're going to do a safety shot. And one more. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
I'm so sorry. I did not see you walk in, honey.
See y'all in the morning. Don't y'all mess it up. Tomorrow, y'all come to work tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Dickens. Thank you, Mr. Privet. And as we said, Mr. Whitfield was 69 years. Mr. Privet whispered in my ear, 153 total drivers and bus aides with perfect attendance. 153. Every year that we have convocation, we always have an award that we give out as one of our incentives for the employee that's been here the longest. And I can safely say that Mr. Whitfield wins it every year. It's not even close. For our calendar of special events, October is Disability Awareness Month, Bullying Prevention Month, National Principals Appreciation Month, National Arts and Humanities Month, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We do have the walk, our joint walk with the city tomorrow at 2:15. National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, National Bosses Appreciation Day. Oh, that's Monday, Tasha Gardner. Can't wait. National School Bus Safety Week is October 16th to the 20th. National Red Ribbon Week is October 23rd to the 31st. Parent-Teacher Conference, students and families. There will be early dismissal for students. That will be on October 24th. Next month is National Native American Heritage Month. A shout out to Ms. Dickens and her team for the celebrations they've done so far this month for Hispanic Heritage Month. Also, special event, November 4th, groundbreaking for the new John F. Kennedy Middle School at 11 a.m. Super excited about that with our partnership with the city. We have some fun activities planned. Daylight savings time, fall back, will be November 5th. Election day, it's a teacher's virtual clerical day. That's no school for students, as several of our buildings are used as polling sites. That will be Tuesday, November 7th. And our next school board meeting, Chair Riddick, will be November 9th. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Before we go on to the next item of the agenda, I'm so glad that we took this time to recognize our bus drivers. A lot of people don't realize these are oftentimes the first faces many of our students see and the last faces many of our students see. Bus drivers set the tone of how the day is going to be, and to see a lot of those smiling faces and enjoyable personalities that you saw just a few moments ago, that's how they are every day. And I'm talking about some of them are getting up 5 a.m. and getting to 4 a.m. and doing these routes. And Mr. Whitfield's been driving since he was in high school. He's drove for 69 years. But this guy goes above and beyond. Whatever you ask him to do, he's always willing to pitch a helping hand. And that is the case for all of them, especially Mr. White. So I'm going to stop calling names because I don't want to forget anyone. But the next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. And at this time is their decision by the board to take them collectively. Okay, it has been motioned by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion?
I would like to amend that motion to remove the bills and payroll and place it in the new business, please.
Okay. Is that fine with the original makers of the motion?
You want me to amend the motion?
She wants to amend your motion that was made in second already. And from my understanding of Robert Rule,
I would have to amend wouldn't I
Right.
need to amend my motion?
you have to agree to it. Okay, you agree?
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Any further discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay, the next item of our business is unfinished business, and we have ordinance 22/24-14. And this is an action item. Board members, there are several actions you can take at this moment. You can either vote it up, vote it down, table, or send it back. It's your prerogative. At this time, we will entertain a motion.
Move that we approve ordinance 23//24-14.
Okay. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes, due to everybody coming and we're listening and we're hearing, I think there is room for more conversation. And so I move that we move this until next month so we can have more conversation, because the bottom line is about the students and making sure that everything that we can possibly do to make sure that our students are heard, our parents are heard. We're not saying that we're knocking anything down, but we can see that there's a lot of things going on. So I make a motion, hopefully, that we can have more conversation about this.
Now, at this point, because I didn't know there was going to be two clashing motions, that we have to go back because a motion is already on the floor. So is there anyone who would second Board Member Brooks' Buck motion? Ms. Byram?
I second Dr. Buck's motion.
Okay, the motion has been made in second, that to approve the policy as it is being suggested to the board. Is there any discussion? Board Member Jenkins, I would take what you said as your discussion piece that you are in favor of tabling it to give us time to have more conversation with our stakeholders, i.e. our students. At this time, I see Board Member Slingluff mic is lit first, and then we're going to go to Board Member Brittingham.
I too would like to postpone this or table it till next month for further discussion, but with the idea that I would like to hold a public hearing and/or a work session where we can hash out the details of this policy. It is too important of a policy to blindly pass through without going through the details of this policy. We are talking about the children, we are talking about the teachers, we are talking about the families, and I believe we are doing them a disservice if we simply take the proposed policy that was passed to the Policy Review Committee, and then passed from the Policy Review Committee without changes, and changes were made without another Policy Review Committee meeting, and then it was presented to the board, and now we are being asked to approve this. I believe that we need to, as a board, collectively lay our partiality aside, look at the details of this policy because it impacts the children of our school system, and that is why we are here.
Okay. Board Member Brittingham?
I concur with Board Member Slingloff and with Board Member Jenkins. We need much, much more discussion. If you take a look at our neighbors to the east of us, Virginia Beach, they not only voted their policy in this past week, but if you look at their agenda, you can see that they went through a really rigorous process before they even considered voting their policy in. And part of that was not only accepting that there was a model policy to look at, but they had work sessions, multiple work sessions that were dedicated completely to forging that policy.
Board Member Byram, did you have your mic on to make a comment? Okay. Board Member Brooks Buck?
We have had this policy up for discussion since July, August, September, and now October. We have discussed, we have listened to members of the community. We have had members of several communities try to rev up commotion from certain members of communities. We have also had members speak to us. We ask about what the children think, and I was amazed, and I want to thank you, Mr. Holloman, for students speaking to us about how students feel about the policy, because I think it's critical that students give their input about the policy, and I appreciate the fact that he came, he spoke, and it sounded like nobody heard a word that he said. But the truth is, he spoke for students, the students that he's familiar with. I haven't gotten one call from my community about this, except parents who were very upset, who've spoken to me about the negative things they've heard from the ugly things that people have said about the handful of children that we have. That's all I have to say with regard to this. To say that we haven't had time to talk about this, and please, all the ugly people in the audience who have ugly comments and things to say that should be
No, I got you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to address that. Listen, let's stop. We're not going to start it today. That go for both sides. We're going to ring this in. Let's stop it right now. No. What you're not going to do is dictate the flow of this meeting. Allow me to do my job Don't tell, ma'am, you're being warned that you're out of order. I'm going to ask you to stop. If you continue, I will ask that you be escorted out. All of us today have echoed sentiments that it is about the children. So let's leave the gutter slinging from both ways. Let's leave it alone. Let me do what I'm here to do. Thank you. Well, I'm going to ask if, as a matter of fact, what we're going to do, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Any outbursts?
Oh, you're not on the record now, you're in recess.
Oh, no, I'm still in control of the chamber.
You're in recess. You are in recess.
Yeah, we got it.
You're in recess. You can't, regardless, please say whatever you want.
Good.
You should be admonished because she should not be allowed to call out the citizens of Suffolk from her dais.
Ma'am, you are out of order. You're out of order. Board members, it's almost that time. Good evening, everyone. At this time, we will resume. I hope everyone had a refreshing 10 minutes. I know I did, and I'm ready to move forward and move back to the business of the school board. However, I would be remiss if I didn't take this time to provide context here. Citizens and school board members alike and our staff have First Amendment rights. And I cannot infringe on either rights, but I can protect the decorum of this meeting, and that's what we're going to do. We have all stated time and time again in our own different ways that we are about the children. Some speakers even ask that people put aside the political agendas. Well, I'm asking everyone to put aside the personal pettiness, and let's move forward for what's in the best interest of the children. And that's doing the business of Suffolk Public Schools. At this time, there is a motion on the floor to approve Ordinance 23/24-14. The motion has been made and second, and the board members were discussing the possibility of tabling that ordinance. At this time, I went back to go and check my Robert rules to make sure that I was accurate. If there's a motion on the floor to amend the initial motion, we can take them collectively, but we will have to vote on the amendment first. If the amendment is passed, if it goes up or down, if it goes up, the amendment is added, we go from there. If it goes down, then the original motion on the floor is what is voted upon. At this time, board members, if there is any amendment that would be proposed to be added to the motion on the floor to approve Ordinance 23/24-14. There, okay. Are you moving to amend the motion? Yes, if you would like to table it, you
have more conversation and evaluation.
okay. What we're going to do now, the motion to table came by Board Member Jenkins. The motion was second by Vice Chair Howe. What we're going to do now is we're going to vote on the motion to table this or not, so we can, as board members, go and get our information. That's what her motion was. That's what we're going to vote on. At this time, Board Member Brooks Buck has discussion. We're going to give a brief discussion, and we're going to move forward.
Well, I began by saying that we had been talking about this for several months. So it was not that we didn't have the opportunity. As a matter of fact, I did not have enough conversation in my borough. My residents were not interested in having a hearing or any discussion about it. There was no negative feedback from my constituents given to me. I did not get one phone call about trying to table this or stop it, because my constituents understood that this is a policy basically that we have had since 2021 and had not had a problem with the policy. We have made, one, we don't have any kind of situation where we force children into counseling or try to make children change their gender or try to brainwash people into doing something that they don't want to do. That is not what we do. I have the floor, and I have the floor, and I have an opportunity for discussion according to Robert's rules, as I understand it.
Madam.
And so, as
Board Member Brooks, but when the question is called, that does end the discussion of the motion. So we're going to have to go ahead and go to the vote. Madam Clerk, and what we're voting on is to table the vote, well, this vote to our next month's meeting. Am I correct, Board Member Jenkins? That's what your motion is? Okay. Madam Clerk? Okay, there you go.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
All right, our next item on the agenda. Before we go to our next item on the agenda, I do want to put this disclaimer out there to everyone, and this goes for board members as well as those who are watching in chambers. We issued one warning about decorum. That's the last warning that we're going to issue. Any more acts that goes against the decorum of preserving order in this meeting, we're going to ask officers to escort them out, because we are here to do the business of Suffolk Public Schools and to do what's right and what's in the best interest of all 14,000 plus students, 2,400 plus staff, okay? Any political stuff, the registrar's office out there, y'all can go out there with all of that stuff, but in here, children first. Politics, y'all do it at your own time. All right, the next item on the agenda is, we're moving forward with our meeting. The next item on the agenda is our new business, and it's item 1, scheduling of a joint meeting with City Council, 3 p.m. December 6, 2023, at City Council Chambers. This is an action item. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck, second by Board Member Byram. Any discussion on the topic that's at hand, which is the joint meeting? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Our next item on our agenda is Resolution 23/24-14, a resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, establishing a moment of silence at opening of public meetings of the school board to solemnize its proceedings. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been made by Vice Chair Howell and duly seconded by Board Members Brittingham and Board Member Byram. And Board Member Brooks Buck, I apologize. Duly second. Okay, I was right. Okay, Ms. Byram, Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion on this item? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Madam Clerk, we're going to ask that you read off the next items as individual, and we will move forward with the votes for the action items. We're on item number 3.
Resolution 23/24-15.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on one moment. Let me pull it up. A resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, agreeing to appoint a member of the school board to serve on the education committee for the city of Suffolk, Virginia. Whereas the Suffolk City Council has established a standing committee known as the Education Committee, and whereas City Code Section 2-461 provides that the stated purpose of the Education Committee is to serve as a formal channel of communication regarding issues of shared concern between the city government and city school system. The committee will strive to strengthen the relationship between the city and schools by discussing non-instructional issues, including, but not limited to, budget, capital improvements, operational savings, safety, and joint uses. And whereas the Suffolk City School Board is of the opinion that the stated purpose for this committee to create a formal channel of communication and to strengthen the relationship between the city and schools are laudable goals and should be pursued. And whereas a resolution number 2122-20 adopted by the school board on April 7, 2022, the school board was of the opinion that strengthening the relationship between the city and schools can best be achieved not by holding meetings of the Education Committee that will only involve a few select members from both public bodies, but joint public meetings at least 2 times a year that will involve all members from both City Council and School Board. And whereas the school board is now of the opinion that strengthening the relationship between the city and schools can be achieved by having members of the school board serve on city's education committee. Be it therefore resolved that the school board accepts the city's offer to appoint a member of the school board to serve on the education committee for the city of Suffolk.
Board members, this is an action item. To those who were not on the board at the time, we voted no to this because we felt that we could do better with joint meetings. At this time, is there a motion to approve, deny, or table this resolution?
I move to approve. I second.
The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell and second by Board Members Brittingham. At this time, is there any discussion?
Yes, sir.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
We have run this pony through and written them down. We have already voted to have a joint meeting with council. This board has talked about abstaining our roles and giving them over to the superintendent and giving them over to other people and not being represented of our particular constituents. There is not one of us who can represent the entire board for all of us, and I cannot support this because I don't understand why we would, as one individual, go in and speak for the entire board on these types of issues when all of us represent different constituents in a city that's 432 square miles with different interests. So I do not agree, cannot agree with this. We already have a resolution stating that we're not going to do this anyway. So I don't understand why we're countering it. Thank you.
Any additional conversation from other board members? There being none, I'm going to take, okay, Board Member Brittingham.
Is this not also an opportunity to try and build relationships with the city? Not necessarily that a board member can go speak for the whole board, but that they can sit on the education committee and bring back information to the board?
Is that a question you're asking me?
I'm just asking, I don't know. I don't know why you guys shot this down, so that's my question.
I'll be glad to address it. To be honest, the Education Committee, in my eyesight, the way it's recommended is not effective. When the city does an education committee, it is not just for public schools, but it's also for private schools and any school institution that operates within the physical geographic region of that locality, because public education is not the only education that is taken under consideration when people are looking to move in a city. Although we receive our funding from the city versus private education, and I would see why it would be ideal for us to have a great working relationship. We have been adamant about joint meetings. And since I have become your chair, I have reached out multiple times and requesting joint meetings, requesting presentations from the city as it relates to understanding the upcoming capital improvement plan and how the comprehensive plan is 2045 is going to impact school system, what the pipeline development has in store for our school system, how the overcrowding can be relieved by us having conversation about futuristic growth. And those are conversations that we have not been able to have. However, at our last meeting in August, I did see the city finally accept the olive branch. I am not, I don't want to be leading. I stand by, I guess I'm doing it anyway, but I stand by my initial vote. Because if the intent is to do what's in the best interest for Suffolk Public Schools, then we would come together as a full body, because there are issues that your constituents talk with you about that are unique to your borough, and there are some issues that my constituents talk to me about. In one room, it cuts down the telephone game, where one person said this and one person said that, or you know how people is in politics, you have a conversation there, when it hits the public, oh, you're mistaken, I didn't say that. We have experienced that several times, even in this room. So building a better relationship, yes, that's a must. I do believe that there is another way to do it, and that way is joint meetings with both bodies. That is the mayor, myself, the city manager, Dr. Gordon, vice mayor, vice chair, engaging in meaningful conversation. That is Suffolk Public Schools staff having a more than a ceremonial involvement in the 2045 comprehensive plan as far as the development of neighborhoods and where we're projecting growth, because it directly impacts a already strand system. The system we have is, we have elementary schools that was built in 1974, and we're still operating out of those. And we have people who live in those zones who are paying over $400,000 for homes. The schools are crowded. We have trailer parks as additional classroom hallways. We don't have the power to generate our own revenue. So if we're talking about coming together in one form or fashion, what needs to cease is council need to stop blaming the school board need to stop throwing ticks and stones at council, and we need to sit down and have the conversation that the constituents elected us to do. And that's what I've been begging to have, and that's what we put together, a in-depth strategic plan on rebuilding and improving our educational infrastructure. So, Madam Clerk, the motion was made and second. Is there any additional conversation as far as whether we're gonna on this motion before we go to vote? Board Member Brittingham, you hit your mic again? Okay. Board Member Slinglow?
I hope I'm not missing what you just said, but when you did say another route would be to have a meeting with them, with yourself and the vice chair and the superintendent, that is still representing a portion of the board, is it not?
That's our respective jobs. You already elected us to do that. What this education committee does is pretty much inventing a whole nother process that doesn't have to be. For an example, the meeting we're having on December the 6th, we can iron out a lot of details if we come with real questions and real situations and not ceremonial, thank you for this and thank you for that, and we get nothing done, we go home. We can come in and say, hey, look, we want to do safe routes to schools to reduce the strain on our transportation department, but in order to do safe routes to schools, we need to have walkable communities. So just as, people try to tell us what to do with our budget, our wish list would be that there'd be a line item to generate sidewalks in already well-established neighborhoods such as Hollywood, Jericho, or other areas, so people could actually walk to schools. People who live on Walnut Street and those other streets don't have sidewalks to walk to Booker T. It was up until recent that we just had good sidewalks put in to get the kids off of East Washington Street who was walking to school to be able to cross and go to John F. Kennedy. So it's a lot of things that we can have and that we need to have, such as the rebuilding of Elephant's Fork, the rebuilding of Kilby Shores, the rebuilding of these growth zones. Board Member Brittingham and I have multiple conversations. Both of our boroughs and yours as well is busting out of the seam. But this conversation is best had when all parties who have a stake or who have a vote is in the room. So that way none of us can duck and dodge and say, I didn't know. I know you didn't ask for that, but I gave you a lie. I apologize. But this is why I'm saying it's a better way. So that way we all can get the real information at the same time. You as constituents, whether you're in person or at home, you will be able to see what your city council and what your school board members are bringing to the table in real time and how that impacts you versus a small subcommittee who doesn't have the power to do anything but will have to come back to the full board anyway. That's my recommendation. At this time, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to read the motion again before we vote.
Vice Chair Heather Howell made the motion, and it was seconded by Board Member Dr. Brittingham. They moved to approve the Resolution 23/24-15.
Okay, so what that means, if you're against it, you vote what? No. If you're for it, you vote yes. I don't want us to get confused and vote the wrong thing, and then we want to try to come back and undo stuff. We got it. All right, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion failed.
And board members, I do want to remind you, it's the will of the board. If the board has voted the action of the board, that means myself included as your chair, I cannot attend this meeting on behalf of the board, and neither can you. I ask that we stick with what we said we're going to do as a team. We all exercise our right. Let's move forward. The next item, Madam Clerk.
Citizen Advisory Committee members update.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell, second by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. And the rest of the information items? Okay. I could have sworn I refreshed it. Okay. All right. The next item is the payment of bills. At this time, we're going to hear from Board Member Slingloff.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to not only, I appreciate having the bills removed from the consent agenda, I would like to also make a motion that we permanently move the bills and payroll to the new business every month so it's not in consent agenda, so we don't have to go through this every month of removing it. I personally am not comfortable with approving the bills and payroll as my understanding currently is stated with regards to the role of the board under Virginia Code for the bills and payroll. And I don't want to vote against everything else in the consent agenda for that purpose.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Slingloff and second by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? Yes. Board Member Brooks-Buck.
We have an obligation when we complete the budget. We have already designated funds to meet our payroll. We have contracts that we have obligated ourselves to. We have already had an explanation of this repeatedly by our attorney, by our finance director, by all involved. We have an obligation to pay the bills as long as the bills are in the proper category and the money is spent in the way that we designated it in our budget. I don't know, I don't quite understand what the problem is with regard to that, but we are obligated to pay the contracts that we're obligated to, and we're obligated to pay the bills that we've made. Taking them out and putting them in another category doesn't make them new business, at least in my mind. Somebody needs to explain that to me if there is, why they are new business, because we've already approved a budget. And as long as they are within the parameters of the budget, it makes no sense to me to make them new business. Now, if the finance director can explain to me that there's something different about this that helps me understand there's something different, or our attorney can explain to me that there's something different, Mr. Chairman, I've heard the explanation repeatedly, and I don't know that something different has happened, but I don't know why we're doing this.
The next board member who has comment is Vice Chair Howell.
I guess I'm going to, first I wanted to clarify that you would like to see the bills and payroll be treated separately every month so we don't have to go through this because you're not comfortable as the individual representative for the Chuckatuck Borough approving them with your current understanding, you individually. And you don't want to have to shoot down field trips and such, nor do you want to put your name to something that you don't fully have access to in your mind. Okay? So I just wanted that clarity. And then to Dr. Buck, I understand that there's some frustration, but as you've said 1,000 times, we're 7 individual board members. So if she doesn't have peace with her role and her understanding, then who are we to shame her for how she's approaching the job she was elected to do by the citizens that live in Chuckatuck, not Nansemond?
Hold on. I want to address this. I don't look at it as shaming. I look at it as she has the right, just as Board Member Celine Love exercised her right to state her piece, Dr. Buck stated her piece. As a board, what we need to do now is to decide, hey, we voting up or voting down. This is not the opportunity for us to, throw shade and salt at each other. Y'all can do that outside. What we're doing now, we need to make a decision as to whether we're going to vote the motion up or down. That's doing the business for what's in the best interest of children. The reasons why, personal, that's a whole nother story for a whole different time. But right now, we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to give you...
Mr. Riddick.
Go ahead.
When I disagree with someone, I have a problem with it being taken as an insult to someone. I said, I don't understand why we're doing it. I can say that without it being taken as an insult. I don't have a reason to insult anyone. I said, I don't understand. And if anyone can say they don't understand, I don't see why. If I say I don't understand, there's a problem with it. That's to start with.
Right. And I
don't mean to insult you. I just don't understand what it would do to put it under new business when I know that we have an obligation to do it. And I just want to make that clear that it's not meant to insult.
What I'm going to do
Mrs.
right now
Swindoll.
is, I get what you both are saying.
Thank you.
I get what you both are saying. But right now, we have a decision that we have to make as far as to whether we're going to vote it up or down. And that's the decision that we're going to have to do. Madam Clerk, can you restate the motion?
Board Member Slingluff made the motion, and it was seconded by Dr. Brittingham to move the bills and payrolls to the agenda, to new business on the agenda each month instead of the consent agenda.
Okay. I do want to point out the fact here, it's under consent agenda because all we're doing is consenting to the report. And when we pull it out, it's because we have questions on particular items. For an example, if we don't approve it, the bills has already been paid. We can't go back and say Dominion Power, give us the money we paid back for the services. Am I correct, Attorney Waller?
You are. The code section that references all of this has two requirements of the board, either to order payment or authorize payment. In your situation, you're not ordering the payment because the payment has already been made. The only thing you're doing is now you're authorizing it. You are sanctioning what the superintendent has already done. So you're not ordering the payment to be made because the payment had already been made. You are just authorizing that or sanctioning what the superintendent has done. And when you sanction that, you are saying that it's an approved expenditure based on your budget, and it is within the allocated funds that has been appropriated by the governing body. That's the extent of it.
Thank you. I'm going to allow you to exercise a point of privilege. Go ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I understand I understand that we're not authorizing the payment of the bills, and I understand that it's our job to make sure that we're within the boundaries of budget. I find the report that is known as the bills and payroll that is put on the consent agenda to be impossible to reconcile back in that manner to the budget to ensure that we're not exceeding our budgetary allotments. I believe that the report that is more appropriate for that is the report at the end of the agenda that is for information only, that is a financial report, which shows the reconciliation back to the budget and shows whether we have met the budget, exceeded the budget, or whether we're under budget. That is how you marry it back to the budget that we have approved, not by looking at all of these expenses each month. So my comfort level, and the reason why I wanted to pull it out, is because I don't want to have to pull this out and draw attention to it. And Vice Chair Howell stated it very clearly. I am about the children. I want to support the children. I want to be able to approve their field trips. And I don't want to have the drama of drawing the bills and payroll out every single month. But currently, my understanding and what I'm being told we are having to do, I cannot do with the bills and payroll. So as it stands right now, until my understanding changes, I will continue to either have to vote against the consent agenda, have it removed out. This would be easier to have it pulled out and put in new business every month, and not to have to vote down the field trips for the students, because I want the students to be able to go on their field trips. It's no reflection of any of those items.
Okay. You can.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. So I definitely appreciate your explanation, Ms. Linglove. I think my concern is I have met with you 5 times along with Ms. Forsman to answer every question that you have about bills and payroll. Mr. Waller has given you 4 to 5 opinions and answered every question that you have about bills and payroll. And yet here we are in October, and there are still questions about bills and payroll. I agree with you that the information that we have at the bottom is what is used from the bills and payroll to let you know what the balance is going to be. But that's also 1 month after that process has been done. Our original discussions were based on your concerns about checks and balances and you wanting to spot check and things of that nature. And then Mr. Waller explained to you that if you wanted to remove your ability as a board to not have to vote on bills and payroll, then that means that you would have to change your policy, granting more authority to the superintendent's office, which I know is not going to happen. So the more that we look at this, after the numerous explanations, numerous meetings, I don't think you will, I just really don't believe there will be an opportunity to clarify this process for you any further than what we've already done. And I get your point about not wanting to vote down students for field trips and other things, but even if we made this new business, based on the voting record that we've seen in the 10 months now that you've been on the board, nothing has changed regarding or regardless of any information that Mr. Waller has shared with you, Ms. Forsman has shared with you, or that I've shared with you. Nothing's changed. So I'm not really 100% sure if it's just about the understanding or if there are still concerns on how we actually spend money.
Last question here, Board Member Slingla.
Just to respond to that, my understanding, the way I settle with this policy and my comfort level is that by approving the bills and payroll, I am approving the purchases, and I am in fact sanctioning the payments of those. I do not have the comfort level doing that. And so based upon my understanding of what is being asked of me, I cannot approve it.
Thank you, Board Member Slingloff. So just to reiterate, Ms. Gardner, could you recall the motion and then move forward with the vote?
Board Member Slingloff made the motion, and it was seconded by Board Member Brittingham to move the payment of bills and payroll from the consent agenda to new business each month.
Okay, so board members, if you want it. Vote yes, you don't, vote no. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion failed.
Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
You have to approve the bills and payroll.
Okay.
Payroll.
Is there a second? The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Jenkins. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. The next items on our agenda are informational item. Unless there's an item here that anyone would like to take out and act on, you can. If not, we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda. Okay? At this time, we're going to have our public speakers on non-agenda topics. Madam Clerk?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insult and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker, I'm sorry, let me ask, are we at 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
It's 9 speakers, so it's 5 minutes.
Okay. Our first speaker is Patricia Holloman regarding Suffolk citizens' rights to address the school board and school board decorum.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. The last two, could we please ask that to stop? The last 2 school board meetings saw a number of speakers who have zero connection and affiliation to the city of Suffolk, and I would urge the board to amend the public speaker policy. People who are not residents or property owners, are not students or employees within Suffolk, are not Suffolk business owners, they should not be afforded the same opportunity to be public speakers in these chambers as they do not have the same vested interest in the city and its school system. Regardless of whether or not I agree with anything that anyone has to say, last month, no Suffolk citizen should have had their time cut in favor of people who are not members of this community, and they were there. Now, on to my second issue. As some of you know, I have actually been a tremendous critic of this school board for many years. On more than one occasion, heck, I even testified against you guys. Dr. Brooks Buck, you can fully attest it just exactly what kind of thorn I can be in someone's side. But in all my many years of attending and watching school board meetings, I have never been as disgusted as I was last month. Board Member Howell, you honestly have the most temerity, sheer audacity, and unmitigated gall of any school board member I've ever witnessed. While you took the time last month to praise the majority of attendees and call out a small pocket in the audience who had emotional and visceral responses to some of the things that were said, you truly shamed yourself, and you showed us who you really are. And guess what? We believe you. You took zero notice of the men in the audience who called some of us bad mothers and said our children should be taken from us, or the ones that called us woke liberal bitchs as we walked past them. You said nothing to the people who continued to disrespect Board Chair Riddick when he repeatedly asked for people to stop talking, withhold their claps and their cheers. You took no interest in former teachers sitting directly in front of us who were not shy about announcing how they were planning to run against Board Member Byram next year while they were texting you. And you did absolutely nothing to condemn comments that were made by citizens that were threatening and pedophilic at best. I highly doubt that there's another parent in this room who has had as much of a vested interest in Suffolk Public Schools as I have over the course of the last 15 years. I have given thousands of hours of volunteer time, won Volunteer of the Year numerous times, served on and run multiple PTAs in this district, the region, and the state. I have advocated in these chambers, in front of the Suffolk City Council, in the halls of our state capitol, and in our nation's capital. I have freely given of myself for years with one thought in mind: what are we doing for our kids? And if you thought someone like me would allow you to sit and berate us without a response, you were really majorly mistaken. I would urge each and every one of you to lay aside your partisan politics and your opinions, and remember that kids are not a partisan topic. Stop it. They're watching you.
Next speaker, Kirsten O'Neill, regarding school board decorum.
Good evening, everybody, again. So I have always had respect for you, Mrs. Howell. I actually helped campaign for you back when you were running for your seat. You spoke about your ability to be humbled in your closing remarks, and that's what I'm here to do tonight, humble you. You referenced in your closing remarks that you've messed up in the past, and unfortunately, last school board meeting was another example of that mess up. I'm assuming I was part of the cluster you referenced, and even went as far to say as we were counterintuitive to tolerance. I am well aware that we were seated behind your friends as I saw you come up and hug them before the meeting started. We heard them disrespect Mrs. Byram both verbally with eye rolls and even go as far as call her one of them, whoever them may be. We also heard a former teacher say multiple times that they want me to run for school board. Who are they? Who is them? The whole town of Suffolk, regardless of what your political affiliation is, should be concerned about this speak because it should never be a they and them. It should always be a we. You thanked the audience for their composure and maturity while they disrespected both the chair and yourself as a board member as they clapped for every single person who stood at this podium and used religion as an excuse for why the trans policy shouldn't exist. Do you really feel as if they showed maturity and composure as a pastor referenced hot dogs in the bathroom in relations to a trans child genitalia? Or when they laughed when, again, he disrespected the trans community, threatening to pretend to be a 17-year-old girl to gain access to Lakeland? Additionally, tonight, as they laughed at our comments and they clapped when they were asked not to, and don't forget, we can see all your faces up there too, so while Brooks Buck was speaking, we also saw the smirks. You talked about how it was scary, your own words, not mine, to talk in here. Isn't as a board, is this something you should be advocating against? Why is it scary? Well, let me tell you, because I'm sure the friends in front of us didn't. I was a part of the annoy not clap group, as you put it. My trauma response since I was a child was to laugh in awkward situations. When I used to do work for the bank on the teller line, they used to do drills every year and we would get fake rob. The one time that it happened to be my teller line, I couldn't do anything. I froze up and laughed because in that situation, that's where my brain went. Well, as I was speaking, I could hear grown men behind me call me a woke liberal B-word. After I spoke and was walking back to my seat, I heard people mutter I wasn't a good mom, that I deserved to have my kids taken away. That is on top of the eye rolls and gentlemen who walked out as I was speaking. But those actions are okay. Great examples of receiving words with composure and maturity, right? Imagine your kids work every day to shatter the glass ceiling that the stereotypes people have had about them. I don't know if you're aware, but all 3 of my boys are on the autism spectrum. Now place yourself in my shoes. I grew through all that standing up for what I believe in is right, and then have to listen to 2 doctors try and say vaccines gave my children autism, which science has proven time and time that did not happen. As if I don't face enough as a special needs parent, I have to sit here and be mom-shamed because I decided to vaccinate my kids and try to have the majority say that that was due to their vaccines. That's absolutely crazy and unnecessary in a school board meeting. Let's get one thing straight. I have skin in this game because my kids attend Suffolk Public Schools. My husband, much like some of you in this room, is active duty, and while he is defending this country, people in this room have the audacity to say I'm a bad mom and call me a derogatory name. I've done more volunteer hours in Suffolk Public Schools than everybody in this room except for one person and all of you sitting up there, and I do it for free. I heard your call when COVID happened, and I went into those schools and I came up with a plan. I didn't sit behind a keyboard and talk about you all online. I heard your call to action and I took it. Catty is not an adjective that anyone has ever used about me in my whole life, and I've worked hard to make sure that that adjective would never, ever, ever be used. So for someone to say that about me is insulting, and that insults my character, a character that I take pride in. It is all of your responsibility to work as a team, and when you don't, our children lose as well. This includes accidental screenshots sent to Suffolk Mom group chats where you admit to having flyers sent to the paper. At the end of the day, it is your responsibility to advocate for all children, including my special needs kids. I don't work for you, you work for me.
Next speaker, Janet McKinney, October Bullying Prevention Month.
I want to begin with a point of order to remind you that your new transgender policy incorporates by reference 8 VAC 20-620-10D or 620-10 paragraph D, which requires a public hearing before that policy is enacted. I'm now getting to the bullying part.
Thank you.
Mr. Bully in charge. I'm going to preface my comments with saying that the United States Supreme Court has affirmed that hate speech is protected speech and part of our freedom of speech. As abhorrent as it is when someone burns our flag or desecrates our flag, that is also protected speech, according to the United States Supreme Court. In addition, so let's get to October being Bullying Month, but it's also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It's also Pit Bull Awareness Month, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Cybersecurity Month. But tonight, we're going to talk about it being Bullying Month, and my goodness, have y'all given me plenty of talking points since I walked in the door. Mrs. Brooks Buck is calling people in the audience ugly, and the board chair refuses to admonish her for it. That's an insult, and it's bullying. So let's call a bully and tell her to not do it publicly. The superintendent. Tonight, held a board member's voting record against her in an attempt to coerce a different vote. That is bullying. Shake your head no all you want, look it up. Anytime you attempt to coerce someone into doing something they don't want to do, you are being a bully. So why don't the adults in the room look to themselves, see themselves as bullying, stop doing the bullying, because as you always remind us, you are setting an example for the children. Every board member that voted no last month with regard to the speakers not being allowed to speak before they completed the form was also bullying your citizens into silence. If you are required to complete a form in order to exercise your constitutional First Amendment rights, and the use of that form, you don't want to fill out the form, and therefore you do not speak, your First Amendment rights have been abridged and they have been violated. So you are using a form to coerce people not to speak. Someone doesn't want to fill out a form, so they don't come speak. You have now silenced them, which is a violation of their constitutional rights. Any act of coercion is an act of bullying. This board and the superintendent need to set the examples for the students, stop being bullies, agree to disagree, and work on finding the middle ground.
Next speaker, Rod Thompson, school sports budget.
All right, so shifting gears from what I was talking about earlier, I do want to talk about some student-driven or student-focused stuff here. So talking about athletics, currently I have two sons at Kings Fork High, and in a recent fundraising meeting, some of the parents were discussing the disparity in funding between the revenue-generating sports and the non-revenue-generating sports. So basketball and football are crushing it, and rightfully so, because our athletes are awesome. With ticket sales and Booster Club doing very well, producing a solid income from concessions, but we're not seeing those budgetary windfalls in the non-revenue sports because the money is not being shared. I'm not asking for socialism to divide the funds, but when school sports are being played on school property, I would expect the baseball field to be taken care of just as much as the football field. The truth is that we've historically had $11,000 brought in from one single Kings Fork High School basketball game, but currently the Booster Club has only allotted funds to allow $4,000 to the baseball team. The field hockey team was doing raffles to pay for gear this year, and the baseball team is now being told they have to sell boxes of fruit if they want to see any extra funding. As we move away from this transgender debacle, I'm going to request a deep dive into the sports budget to understand how we have high school sports that are overfunded while other sports are left by the wayside. Baseball and track scholarships are just as valuable as football and basketball scholarships. We have just as many MLB and Olympic hopefuls as we have NBA and NFL hopefuls. So for the sake of these student athletes, we need to prioritize equity in their funding to ensure that they have the best gear, the best fields, and the best opportunities to show out when the scouts are looking, because they are coming. Coach Andrew Riddick, let me add this really quick. Coach Andrew Riddick and the track coach, Coach AD, deserve a major pat on the back for what they're doing with the students over at Kings Fork. If you're not paying attention, Coach Riddick is turning that baseball program into something amazing. I look at this man in awe for the stuff that he is doing for these student athletes. And I can only imagine what he could do if he had full funding. So just keep that in the back of your heads. Thanks.
Next speaker, Tyler Rayner, VDOE Model Policy.
Good afternoon, Suffolk School Board, board members, Superintendent Dr. Gordon. I'm here tonight as a father of two children who are or will be students within the school system, and equally important as a taxpayer. I was going to write a passionate and factual speech tonight, Regarding the agenda topic, however, it seems to me that would be a complete waste of time and energy, as it appears some of you have a personal agenda. Having attended my first Suffolk School Board meeting last month, and after seeing some outbursts tonight, it is very clear a few of you are not open-minded enough to engage or listen to rational reasoning. You sit up there in those seats as if you are high and mighty and speak to constituents and board members with different opinion like dictators. You also call us names if we align with you differently. I'm speaking to you, Chair Riddick, Superintendent Gordon, and Brooks. It's despicable, but I'll stop there. I'm not coming here tonight to throw out tons of obscenities or spew hate. I came here tonight to warn you that what you're doing is breaking state law and choosing not to adopt the model policies as proposed and developed by the VDOE. Excuse me. By not adopting this policy, be prepared for the lawsuits to come. Mr. Gordon, how many lawsuits do you have to lose at the taxpayer's expense before you start following the law? I can count 2 already. And y'all should probably wipe the smile off your face you had earlier.
Sir, playing the music is out of order. I ask you to stop. Officers.
We had music earlier. It's my constitutional right.
That's not what you signed up for. Officers, he's out of order. I ask you to remove him from the podium.
I got 3 minutes.
I know, but he told you to leave.
Well, I'm still within my time. We had open dialogue earlier.
I know, we can have a talk out there then, okay? Just don't make a scene, please. Okay? Patrol. Commissioner out there.
Officers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You should be ashamed of yourself. No, you too.
We're gonna ask you to suspend clapping. Please escort them off the property. You all, we're here to do business. You sign up for what you want to do. If you wanted to be a DJ, you should have put it on the form. Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Christopher Durrett.
Good evening. My topic tonight is core values. Okay, the golden rule is the principle of treating others the way you would want to be treated yourself. Okay, this is probably the most widely well-known core value anywhere. It also comes from the Bible, Matthew 7:12. Core values are fundamental ideals that guide an organization. Often they are used in determining an organization's direction, mission, and even are used to foster a desired culture. Many organizations typically have 3 to 5 core values to build off of. Simply put, they're an organization's guiding principles. So what are SBS's core values? A thorough search of your website shows that SBS does not have any core values. Sure, there's a mission statement, sure, there's a strategic plan, and there's even a vision, but there's no core values. Might I offer grace, integrity, and respect. Grace is how a person comports oneself, or the elegance with which a person handles situations and other people. It is often likened to humility. It is easy for all of us to show humility and grace when we're receiving praise and accolades. But when we are receiving in the face of scrutiny and criticism, people just can't take it. It takes true grace for a person to remain humble in the face of that scrutiny and criticism. As public officers, elected and appointed, you should have the grace to be mature enough to handle both that praise and that criticism that comes with the office. Integrity is to have strong moral values, being honest, open, and transparent. The saying, perception is reality, comes to mind specifically with regards to this body's integrity. A frequently repeated topic that citizens have addressed to this body is its lack of transparency by delaying or ignoring countless FOIA requests. Thus, the perception is you're trying to hide information from the citizens. Is the reality the same as the perception here? If not, then change the perception to change the reality. Respect, as we all know, it's earned, not just given. I have witnessed several members of this body wield the word like a cudgel, trying to bully the audience into obedience. On several occasions, board members have announced the audience needs to be respectful of them, yet in the next breath they're called liars, we discuss them, even called ugly. Because we have differing opinions on various issues. How is that being respectful to the citizens of Suffolk? Additionally, how is it respectful when a person presents a topic that you disagree with and you sit there with a Cheshire Cat grin mocking them with clear disdain for that person and their opinion? Therefore, when a board member goes off on a tangent with a 5-minute monologue that's not on the agenda, preaching about respect while simultaneously insulting the audience, what kind of reaction do you expect from the audience? You know, if you're going to be disrespectful, then that's what's going to happen. Especially when you bluntly and disrespectfully shut down another member who's trying to rebut the first person's comment. If you allow the first person to comment off agenda, then the second person should have that chance to comment. It's a respectful and fair thing to do. In closing, if you cannot have the grace to be thick-skinned enough to handle some criticism, the integrity to be transparent to the citizens you are supposed to be serving, and treating them with the respect you are expected to treat them with, then perhaps you should seriously consider vacating your position. It's time you start enriching the lives of our children and stop worrying about enriching your pockets.
Next speaker, Anita Fisher, American Sign Language.
Okay, first of all, I would like to apologize for my frustration of 3 minutes last time, and thank you for 5. One of the things that I want to put straight is the email that Dr. Gordon and I went back and forth on, and that is what you are receiving. A lot of the stuff that has been said about American Sign Language and the stuff that I believed in was told that I was wrong. I was told that it was not supposed to be dropped, the words that I heard from principal and a few administrators, but that it was supposed to be delayed, which that's great. I understand why the delay is, and Dr. Gordon, you and I had come to a agreement on that. I believe that teachers need to be there for ASL 1 through 4. But the problem that happened was, if the right words would have been relayed in the first place, then I probably wouldn't be standing here a second time. One of the things that I'm still in confusion about is the long-term sub that is at Lakeland High School. I called HR today to find out how many credits she had to have to be able to be a long-term sub, and I was told 30. I talked to her and she has 90. So therefore, I do not understand why she is still not being told that she can continue as a long-term sub until teachers are found. I do want to thank the clarity that I did receive, that ASL will have 3 and 4 next semester. The only problem was the guidance counselors did not know that. So therefore, they had students come in. They were told that ASL had been dropped, that they would have to either go to French or Spanish. And if they were not able to do that, that they would have to go down to a standard diploma instead of continuing with the advanced diploma that they had started. Dr. Gordon, you told me to leave it alone, so I did. I did not contact any counselor, but you did not tell me not to contact the teacher, which I did. Many of the students now know that they can take 3 and 4 next semester, and they do not have to go to Spanish and French. Also, I am very thankful by what you said in the email that Suffolk Public Schools HR are diligently working to find teachers, and I'm very happy for that. But I'm still not satisfied with the talk of removing Miss Beal when she has 90 credits and is still working even harder to get her teacher's license. And she also knows ASL very well, so I see no problem in her continuing. I do think that with you giving us the next semester, that she'll be able to work even harder to get to that point. But the students needed to know, because many of them were very, very upset. As I said last meeting, that the students sent me letters asking me to please make sure that ASL continued. And I have kept my promise. And I do, like I said, and like I told you in the emails, I'm very happy that you talked to me and that we did settle a few things. But the one thing that still has not been settled as far as I'm concerned is still allowing Ms. Beal to continue with her teaching. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Dr. Adrian Bradley Gray, Advocacy for All Students. Dr. Adrian Bradley Gray, Advocacy for All Students. Next speaker, Teresa Anderson, Transgender Policy, VDOE Model Policy, Policy Review Committee, Student Wellbeing.
How are y'all this evening? Next month's vote may be the most significant vote that you cast. Parents, remember how you vote. I was at that policy meeting 2 years ago, and Dr. Brooks-Buck, you said many times, it must have been 2 to 3 times, said Mr. Waller, we have to accept these policies because they are the law. You remember saying that? Many of us do. Mr. Waller responded in the affirmative. Well, Dr. Brooks-Buck, do the right thing this time too and accept Governor Youngkin's model policies because they are the law. You knew it was wrong back then, or you wouldn't have asked Mr. Waller's opinion back in 2021. Please do the right thing now and reverse the policies that you know were wrong and adopt Governor Youngkin's model policies. Put parents in charge of their children. Would you encourage an anorexic student to get liposuction without a parent's permission? Or would you work with that child and help them through their mental health disorder? Hopefully we have the wisdom and decency to contact the parents and allow the parents to decide the proper course of treatment for this life-threatening disorder. You might say that I cannot equate anorexia with gender dysphoria. I'm sorry, I disagree with you. Both are mental health disorders. I do not follow Satan. I follow my God who says in Luke 17:2, it would be better for him if a milestone were hung around his neck and he were cast into the sea than that he should cause one of these little ones to stumble. God created male and female. Feelings are, and it's hard to say, they're irrelevant from the truth. Feelings can be delusional. Why do you want to force students to believe your lie? This is social contagion. Some kids are saying they are trans because they think it's cool. They have been lied to. To conclude, I'm not a hater. I am a resident of Suffolk. I am a taxpayer. A third of my taxpayers go to the school board. And I do have a right to say my opinion. Do not affirm the lie that they are something they are not. Those who want to mutilate our children are the haters, in my opinion. We all have different points of view. I personally follow a biblical point of view. Where do you get the distinction of holy versus profane? You cannot have a free society and also have a godless society. We are here to stand up for truth, righteousness, and courageousness, even when it's difficult. Do not let the superintendent coerce you to vote for something that you and your conscience tell you is wrong. What your Lord Jesus Christ thinks of you is all that should matter. Please vote for the governor's model policy and do not let anti-Christian and partisan policies sway your Christian beliefs. The governor's model policy will protect all students of Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will move on to comments by board members. Yeah, that's after this part. We're going to do comments by board members prior to, we're going to flow with the agenda as posted. Board members, we ask that you respect the time, just as we asked our citizens to respect the time that is bestowed upon them. We ask board members to adhere to 4 minutes, which is the middle ground between the 3-minute early speaker time and the 5-minute late agenda speaker time. Please adhere to 4 minutes. Madam Clerk, if you set the clock, I can see it. Board members, I will let you know when you are at your 30 seconds. Once your time expires, I'm turning your mic off, okay? All right. At this time, we're going to start with board member Slingluff.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. It is imperative that we hear from everyone in the community, so I'm very grateful that you've taken your time, and especially the fact that you've hung out with us this long. During this time, we're supposed to recap some of the things we've done during this month, so I just want to give you a highlight as a board member, how I've educated myself. I have been a part of a parliamentary procedure training. I also participated in a VSBA training for the superintendent evaluation to prepare myself better for next year. I have participated in the legislative committee meeting just a couple weeks ago where we went through some of the legislation that came down from General Assembly, and we went through the items that need to be reviewed in order to be adapted to our policy. And then yesterday I participated virtually in the WHRO meeting. So one other thing I would just like to say, just for those of you who have been here this evening and witnessed this discussion about the bills and payroll, I have strongly educated myself on the bills and payroll. I have read through Virginia Code. I have read through our policy. I have asked questions, and I don't have resolve. My resolve lands in a different place than the way I have been instructed. So it's based upon this conviction that I have with regards to the responsibility and the magnitude of this duty that has been beset upon each one of us as board members. And that is what dictates how I responded in this. And it was my desire to vote in support of the children of our school system and to continue to support their athletic endeavors and the field trips and things that they have, and not to take away from that. For this reason, that's why I chose to have it removed. So it's not because I'm not educated on this. It's not because I have not applied myself. It's simply because the answers that have been given to me have not resonated with my own conscience. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll have a wonderful evening.
Board Member Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I want to congratulate all the teachers that were in the spotlight this month. I appreciate their dedication, their leadership in our school system. You are most appreciated. And I wanted to point out also a special shout out to one of those teachers in the spotlight. Her name is Anna Stevens Russell. She's a former graduate of Nansemond River High School, and she's currently at Creekside Elementary as a gifted teacher, and she is one of my former students. And I want to personally congratulate her for a job well done. Also, I'd like to congratulate the bus drivers who came out this evening. I know some of them didn't show, but as Dr. Gordon and Mr. Riddick said, many of them have to be on the road by 5 o'clock, 5:30, and they have a very long day. They have to rest. But I do appreciate those who came out to receive the Perfect Attendance Award for September. And I also want to thank Mr. Privet. If you'll stand, Mr. Privet. Mr. Privet does not get enough recognition. And his entire department, Transportation Department, they are responsible for the safety and well-being of our kids, and they do an excellent job every day. And I really do appreciate it. And it's not an easy job, 431 square miles to cover, and we know we always need more bus drivers. So if anybody out there would like to be a bus driver, I ask you to personally call Mr. Privet, because he would be glad to speak with you. Maybe we can train you. Thank you, Mr. Privet, and your group. One other thing I wanted to point out this evening, my religion, which I've spoken on before, I am a Christian, and I'm proud of that. And in my religion, I have always stood by the ideals of compassion, patience, understanding, and tolerance. And tolerance has always been a cornerstone of my personal integrity. Tolerance is being fair and objective toward others whose beliefs and lifestyles are different than your own. And my God teaches that to me. So let's all remember as we move forward and deliberate on these decisions that are crucial, that we remember these things as a board, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Barham. Our next speaker is Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair Riddick. I just want to thank everyone as well for coming out tonight, and thank you. It's good to see you, Mrs. Mayo. And I just want to thank Dr. Gordon and his staff and everyone who's a part of Suffolk Public School. And the last couple of days, I'm sure if you watched the news, there's some terrible things going on in Israel. We have children being beheaded. We have whole families being shot or burnt alive. And we need to really, if you do know the words of prayer, and if you do believe in God, we need to pray, because they're our brothers and sisters. And so I hope that we just take a look at ourselves and we find that love and compassion that we all say we have for one another, and we do learn to respect one another. It's just not one-sided, it goes both sides. And we're here to do the work for our children. We're here to make sure that our staff, our teachers are well-equipped. And the bottom line is you come to school to learn, and we want to make sure that we give everybody a safe place to learn, a safe place to teach, and a place where we can learn our social skills. I've gotten a lot of calls and emails from parents and students since our last school board meeting. And that's why I made the decision that I made, because I want them to know that they do deserve to be heard. both sides. There's a lot of conversations that need to go on, and I just hope that you all take heed to that you're hurting your brother and sister. If that's what we say we are, you're hurting your brother and sister with words. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. That's a lie. Words do hurt. So let's just show compassion for one another. And again, if we put our students first, because they see what we do. We're the adults, and we need to be examples. We're not going to agree on everything, but we don't have to act like we just don't have any decorum at all. I appreciate, again, you all coming. Your opinions are valuable, but let's get on one accord. Not to agree on everything, but let's just get on one accord so we can move forward, and our students will know that they can come to any of us and share. We're not trying to take over nobody's position. We just want to make sure that our kids know that they're safe, they're heard, and that we want the best for them. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Board Member Jenkins. At this time, we have comments by Board Member Brooks-Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I think, as we look at what's happening in the world, misinformation and hate speech is at the root of much of what is happening in the world right now. It begins at a place. It didn't just start out with war and beheading and the kinds of things that are happening now. It started, there's a root somewhere. And if we cut out that root, then maybe we won't get to the point where we are now. We're at a point now where people are fighting, and once you get to that point, it's hard to turn it back. Daniel, I want to just thank you again for being brave enough to come and stand and tell the truth. Your words are the words that my children shared a long time ago. They don't usually go in the bathroom. They didn't stay in the bathroom, so there wasn't a lot going on in there that anybody would want to hang around for. And I appreciate you being honest and forthright and talking about what really goes on there and how you really feel about it. Because a lot of people stand up at the podium and talk about what they feel, but as a student who's experiencing it, I appreciate you standing there. I want to say ditto to all the things that have been said because they've been very positive things. I too went for training. I continue to go for training, and I think that this may be my third award of distinction for VSBA training. That's the highest one that you can get for the most hours for VSBA training, because I believe that no matter what degrees you have, you can still learn. For people who stood and said, I said you were, I didn't say you were, your behavior was ugly when I was speaking and you were being rude to me. That's bullying. I never refuse to pledge allegiance to the flag. I always do, because I am the great-granddaughter of a Civil War veteran, the granddaughter of a Civil War veteran, the daughter of a World War II Navy veteran, the sister of a Vietnam-era veteran, the wife of a disabled lieutenant colonel, Army, Vietnam-era veteran, the mother of a son, Colonel Michael Buck, who is twice decorated for combat in both Afghanistan and Iraq. Thank you very much. Do not ever indicate that I, with the PhD that I earned,
she got it right,
that I earned,
officers,
don't ever dishonor me when I always respect the flag. But I also have a right to free speech, just as anyone else does. And don't ever call my Christianity into question, because what I do is respect people who deserve respect and who give respect. Because the two people from my neighborhood who spoke are also military wives who make sacrifices all the time and who made them. Yes, I know you are a military wife as well. Good, we have something in common.
Officers, anybody else that's paused the time, anyone else that's out in the audience who speak out of turn, officer, I need you to escort them out. You can go, make sure she's okay getting out. We don't want no one else to trip and fall on their way out. All right, the next thing, any other ones?
Point of order.
Ma'am, look.
Point of order.
What's, What is your point of order?
Your comment about tripping and falling out. That is out of order.
Ma'am, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, you are out of order.
You are out of order. You're not going to talk to me like that. You're going to exemplify the same thing you're talking about. We've had board members to fall. I have failed. Some other citizens have failed. And some people who pay their bills here have slipped on the floor. You assume that's what I was talking about because that's where your heart is. Do not put words in my mouth. Out of order. And then one more time, we're going to have a motion to remove you from the meeting.
There you go. You can be.
Because we're not going to put up with this foolishness. You wanted a show, your cameras are gone. All you have is the news people that you didn't want to recognize by VSBA. But you are not going to dictate this meeting. Especially when you have, oh, I know why. Isn't that the one that you are working with to sue the school board? But next, let's move forward. That's a case that should come out soon. Board Member Brooks, but you may finish.
And lastly, my cousin is named Sharon Guns. You might know his name. He was killed on the USS Cole.
30-second
was
warning.
the first African American to be president of Gold Star Mothers. Please don't ever, ever insult me by saying that I disregard the flag or dishonor this country, because that is not the truth. When you want to say something about me, know what you're talking about. Please know what you're talking about. No more misinformation, no more insults. I've received more than anybody else, not even second only to anybody. I got a second tonight.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. At this time, we're going to have remarks by Board Member Brittingham.
We are officially in the weeds in public education. We have long since stopped making student achievement and graduation on grade level a priority. It appears that politically driven narratives and egos are on the forefront of education currently. No longer do we seek to work towards making greater strides to improve student achievement. Time and precious resources are consumed trying to craft policy that is so far in the weeds that it does not reflect the foundational initiatives of public education any longer. What once was considered a great institution has slowly whittled down in areas of critical thinking, metacognition, and the engagement of curious minds towards knowledge and acquisition of and expansion. In the place of inspiring, igniting, and sparking the deep thinking brought in by rigor associated with academic excellence, there was emerging a substitute that includes indoctrination, narrative-driven ideologies, political charged schemas, and that are not equipping young minds and adults to become strong, capable, and independent citizens. I have recently received countless emails and phone calls from constituents on this matter. People are growing tired of the school system's feckless ways when it comes to education of children. Parents and taxpayers alike want a strong return on their investment. For the better part of a decade, the lack of return of an educational system investment has become a center point with not much hope of course change anytime soon. Unfortunately, we are currently in the thick of these problems, decades-long struggle to improve academic scores that currently reveal schools that have not met the 75% threshold for passing core content areas. Making progress is important, but progress in itself is not sufficient when beginning proficiency level is 75% and above, and the mastery is well above that level. Mastery is where we want students to arrive and reside. Mastery of content begins at 85% and above, and until now, only the upper echelon of students in this target range. The students who are hovering on or below average are the largest population of learners that need the most amount of investment academically. The next biggest population of learners that need serious support other than the next biggest population of learners that need serious support and additional resources are the struggling learner population. Our struggling learners are doing 10 times worse than the gen ed population and have scores that peak at 30% pass rates. I will not stop speaking about the need for greater allocation of resources to those who need it the most. It is time to get serious about educating children and to get out of the proverbial weeds of nonsense. We need to return to common sense, straightforward, research-based educational practices that teach best first and follow with strong networking of support practices and scaffold all learner types and promote retention and application of core content ideologies. The resources via local, state, and federal funding are abundant, but students need those in charge of allocating and distributing these resources to apply due diligence to make sure every student receives what they need to become confident, competent learners who are fully prepared to tackle the challenges and responsibilities of adulthood. Students, parents, teachers, and Suffolk citizens, I leave you with my favorite song called The Blessing. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you. May he be gracious to you. And may he turn his face to you and give you peace. May his favor rest upon you. Have a good evening.
Our next speaker is Vice Chair Howell.
Good evening. As far as board business and what I've been up to, I attended the policy committee meeting prior to the one that happened tonight, standing in for Dr. Brittingham, who couldn't leave for work. So the policy items that are on here for information only, that is the meeting I participated in. I also participated in the superintendent evaluation workshop hosted by VSBA that board member Slingluff did, and we gained a lot of insight and clarity and tips and suggestions from that. So I am thankful to have those resources to guide us on this journey. Just a quick mention to the bus drivers, I'm thankful for you. I hope that you have heard and felt that tonight, and that you continue as the year goes on and the weather is bad, or the students are tired, or the traffic piles up, or parents are impatient, or whatever you face. You are worthy and appreciated just as much the last day of school as you are today, having helped us launch well. The final thing I'd like to share, Dr. Brittingham swiped my idea. That's a downside of going second to last, but I was just going to share a psalm with you that kind of guides how I respond and conduct myself. And whatever you do or say, do it as a representative of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks through him to God the Father. And that's from Colossians 3:17. You all have a good evening, be safe, and we will see you soon.
Thank you, Vice Chair Howell. I normally try to reserve and not give remarks during public comment, but I think it's befitting that I finally speak. I'm sick and tired of people throwing rocks, then want to hide behind the Bible. I am so tired of everybody want to be brotherly when the magnifying glass is in your court. I am so tired of board members who have knowingly passed out false information after being given the correct information multiple times with the sole intent to wreak havoc. I am sick and tired of people jumping on the bandwagon of what the civil rights movement did to try to make your issue more relevant. At the end of the day, look, we are here for these kids, but this planned effort to undermine public education is not going to happen on my watch. You can call me what you want, even while in here now, in this school board meeting, I received a text message at 10:21. Hi, Rev, how are you doing today? Hope you and your family are blessed. I am still receiving threats on my family, but let me be very clear. Everybody is talking about upholding the law, upholding the law, upholding the law, upholding the law. Then in civics, they taught that the state law does not override the federal law, and the federal law is talking about transgender guidelines. So as a board, we have to pick and choose who do we side with. Do we go with the state to disobey the federal law, or do we go with the federal to disobey the state law? Just as now people are talking about First Amendments and free speech rights. But what if somebody would have come in today and took a knee while we were doing the Pledge of Allegiance and exercised their First Amendment right? I am pretty sure, as a matter of fact, I remember very clearly some of the same people who are talking now about First Amendment right protection were also the ones that was upset with us because during the time of Colin Kaepernick and Nike's deal they had going on, we became a Nike school division. Now it's all of a sudden, because it's at your doorstep, you want to preserve rights. Listen, I'm here not to just represent an elephant or a donkey. If you know me, I don't care about neither one. I care about the people. Because at the end of the day, it's about these children. And some of the same people who are saying not to be partyism, you ran as a political party candidate with the intent to disrupt. You don't know what you're doing. You was given training. I held your hand. And then you turned around and you tried to cross me up with foolishness. And I don't deal with foolishness. Anyone who knows me, you know I'm a straight shooter. I am not on this side or that side. I'm on what's in the right for these children. And then you organize the media to come here, just as you did for policy review, for camera time at our children's expense. If you care so much about the school system, and I'm going to say it, put your children in public education. Put your grandchildren in public education. You want to criticize our staff so much? I got 19 seconds. Volunteer. Drive a bus. I work too. But some things I can't be at, I don't try to change the system because I can't make it. That's what we have alternates for. The foolishness needs to stop. The theatrics need to stop. We're moving forward and going to do what's in the best interest of our children. And if you don't like it, hey, January is coming. You don't have to make me your chair. But I have 3 more years, and I am going to move with every fiber in my body for what's in the best interest of our children, what's in the best interest of our staff. And if you don't like it, ain't nothing I'm going to do about it because I'm done spending time on it. And this is my last time addressing it. The next item on the agenda is our second closed session. We need a motion to go in closed session.
So moved.
A motion,
Attorney Waller, can you read it?
motion for second closed meeting. A motion is needed to go into a second closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia. Number 1, the discussion and consideration of employee appeal number 2324-3 as it relates to the job performance of a specific employee of the public body. And number 2, consultation with legal counsel regarding a specific legal matter requiring the provision of legal advice by counsel, and more specifically, as it relates to a demand letter received from Founding Freedoms relative to Angela Gilgore, which is authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, A1 and A8 of the Code of Virginia.
At this time, we'll entertain a motion to go into closed session. Is there a motion? Is there a second? The motion has been triply made, but the first voice I heard was Vice Chair Howell and also Board Member Brooke Buck as the maker of the motion. It was seconded by Board Member Brittingham and Board Member Byram. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Board members, you know what we've been asked to do with our policy as far as our cell phones. To everyone that is leaving now, please, thank you for so much for coming out. Safe travels.
need the motion to come back in, right?
Amen. We're going to resume. At this time, we're going to resume back into our meeting. At this time, we'll have a certification of closed meeting.
Resolution of certification of the second closed meeting of October 12th, 2023 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a second closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Suffolk.
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Brooks Buck, second by Vice Chair Howell. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The next item of agenda is action on the second closed meeting item. Board Member Brooks Buck.
Mr. Chair, I move the personal action number 2324-3 be denied and the recommendation of the school superintendent be affirmed.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Vice Chair Howell. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Motion passed.
Okay, the next items on the agenda are informational items. You may read that at your leisure. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Drive safe.